Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of the Alaska Board of Game to order. It's 9 a.m. on Sunday, March 17th. So top of the morning to you, and a shout out to all our Irish friends and those who want to be Irish for the day, being St. Patrick's Day. Before we start with public testimony, I'd like to ask our agency folks if there's any comments or things that they need to say before we start.
Top of the morning.
Cheryl, Captain Johnson, Ryan, Amy, nothing. George?
I'll say good morning to everybody. Yeah.
Okay. With that, got public testimony. We have about 30 people to testify today. So we'll probably get through public testimony today and plan on starting on deliberations tomorrow. Tonight, after the conclusion of this meeting, at about 6:30 in this room, we're going to be showing some old hunting movies that people are welcome to come and watch. So thank you for that. And with that, the first person on the list to testify this morning is Tom Kirstein. Are you here, Tom?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Mr. Brown. Board members, thank you for your service. It's very much appreciated. I'd like to thank you and thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Tom Kirstein, live here in Fairbanks. I'm a licensed master guide. I started guiding in Unit 20A, Wood River and the Yannett River country in 1974. I also hunt on Kodiak Island and the Alaska Peninsula some. I've hunted other places throughout the state over the years, but those are my primary places of operation. A few proposals I'd like to address today. I support Proposal 52. Proposal number 58, the Department's Predator Control concept and operation. We need to do that. Proposal 182, I support 183. Proposal 172, the late moose hunt and for muzzle loaders. That, to me, it's a little confusing. We already seems to be addressed in the regulation book, but I oppose some other late moose hunt that will create pressure on bull moose. We've had pretty good die-off on moose the last few years, and to have a late season hunt just doesn't make sense. Proposal 174, the Wood River Controlled Use Area modification, I'm opposed to that. This is a continuous fight every few years when about the time people forget why we have a controlled use area there. It's the oldest controlled use area in the state, started about 1971. Just a few years ago, the Middle Nenana Advisory Committee put a proposal in to modify and change the Wood River controlled use boundary. That year, the board approved it. Out of sequence, the next year, it was reinstated by the Middle Advisory Committee. They came back to the board and asked them if they'd please reinstate it as it was. And that's the way it's been until this proposal. I'd like to see it left alone. Proposal 181, sheep in Unit 20A, coming up with some new kind of contraption of making non-residents go on permits. one sheep every 4 years or anything and never, have a restriction for anything 1 and 4 doesn't make sense. But sheep have been doing really just fine as far as harvest in the current definition that we have. That's been in place since 1988 when it got changed. It didn't go statewide at that time. It went to the Yukon River. That was quite a battle with the board. Proposal that was put in at that time by Bill Wagaman. A lot of discussion. It lasted 3 days. And finally, Fish and Game realized that the board wanted to have full curl statewide, but they did agree to not go north of the Yukon that year. It changed. 2 years later, when the proposal came up, the department put it in. There wasn't 5 minutes of discussion, and it went statewide. The Brooks Range then was full curl. I'm against permits, drawing permits for that. It's the death of a guiding industry. The oldest form of tourism that we have in this state is hunting. Started in the turn of the century, same time as market hunting started, that were feeding people in Fairbanks, Anchorage. The Alaska Range was very popular. And so popular that some of the sport hunters that came into what we call Denali National Park nowadays, they saw all these miners making a road through the mountains over to Kantishna, mining gold. And there's a lot of people running around on the mountainsides hunting game to feed Fairbanks. But that's the legacy of how it became a park. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Questions, James?
Hey, Tom, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, good morning, and thanks for coming up here and giving us some of the history on some of these things. With the background you gave there, do you remember why, or can you expand upon why the AC asked the board to reinstate the Wood River controlled use area back then? Just briefly expand upon that, the reason for it. After it had been adjusted, and then you said that the AC had came back and asked the board to reinstate it.
Yes, Chairman, through the chair. At that time, I testified, which I've been around in most cases at the board meetings. And anyways, I testified what may happen, and it did happen. But there was just an influx of heavy access, the machines. A lot of people have machines nowadays, and they want to take them someplace. And as soon as they rescinded the boundaries and people driving over the mountain passes and into, literally I told them, you could open up concession stands and be able to, accommodate people. And they saw that happening. They, and then in other areas too, they realized that it was a mistake, and they came back out of sequence with a proposal to close it, and the board accepted it and did that. But it happened one other time back in the late 70s that was rescinded for about one sequence. And at that time, we had pickup trucks and Nodwell type machines, things that look like tanks, but those were down in Moody Creek. They're in the Wood River, upriver, downriver. It's pretty amazing to see equipment sitting around, but that's what caused that controlled use area to happen. And when it did happen in '71, was accessed by that type of machinery and stuff. Today we have machines that are probably more capable in getting around, and that's. Anyways, it's been successful to have controlled use area.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Dave?
Thank you, Tom, for coming. I know you've been testifying, been active part of the board for years. In your operation in the Wood River, can you tell us what type of operation, what type of process you do as far as getting around and then how well the Wood River Controlled Use Area has worked in your view over all these years?
I've always, I have a horse operation, hunt with horses. Access is sometimes with clients that are, come in with aircraft, fly into a gravel bar someplace, and then we continue on by horseback. And I hunt mobile camps, move around, have to move around. The access has changed. There's more access today with aircraft. Pilots have more places to go into. The places that are real popular are heavily accessed, a lot of pressure in those areas, and I avoid those places. When we're hunting, I go as remote as I can, try to have that experience with clients that are, you try and avoid that conflict. And that's changed. Testimony to the board 20 years ago when the Yukon River had closures for moose hunting. We had a proposal that was going to change the antler restriction in 20A. It did change because the board recognized it was pretty liberal at that time, but the testimony showed that, by closing the Yukon, that pressure from Anchorage, Wasilla, the boat operators, those people were going to go someplace, and they have. We went from around 1,600 hunters in 20A in those days to over 5,000 now, and that's resident pressure. And there's non-resident pressure in that too, but it's a lot of resident pressure, and that's all activities. That's not just moose hunting and everything. That's just a bunch of combination.
Additional questions? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for all the wonderful years you've been participating in this process. Is there any justification when it comes to, and talking about this boundary change, there's been an RC submitted that shows a lot of trail degradation on the current trail. And, the current trail, because hunters somewhat want to take the lesser path of a mud hole and actually end up inside the control use area, that this straight line through, much more favorable terrain and less damage to the landscape, is that something to consider?
Personally, the boundary's been in place a long time, and I think it should stay like it is. You have trails and things that have changed and shown up. That sounds like an enforcement issue to me. People are gonna, abuse boundaries. If you change that boundary, there's gonna be another one.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ruth.
This is just a statement. My husband and I made a mistake and went hunting outside of Chicken and went all the trails and everything up there. And I could totally understand because all of the trails are destroyed. It was like all kinds of people up there. So, yeah, I'd hate to see, something like that happen in that area.
Thank you. Any additional questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next on the list is Danita Kohler or Keeler. Danita, are you here? Don't see her here. Edward Graybear.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Edward Graybear. I'm the Customary and Traditional Coordinator for Audna Incorporated. And today I'll be speaking on behalf of Audna Incorporated's Customary and Traditional Committee. The Alaska Board of Game. To the members of the Alaska Board of Game, Audna Incorporated. Audna is an Alaska Native regional corporation formed under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Audna's more than 2,000 Audna Athabascan shareholders include many residents and tribal members from 8 villages in the south central and interior region of Alaska, centered on the Copper River Basin. These native villages' residents continue to live a customary and traditional hunting and fishing way of life. Audna has managed its land and resources, including moose and caribou populations in its traditional territory since time before memory. Audna would like to submit the following comments: proposals 108, 111, 117, 118, 189, 192, 193, and 194, currently under consideration for the board. Proposal 108 to reactivate wolf control in portion of units 12, 20D, Delta, and 20E Echo to benefit moose. We support Proposal 108. There should be consistency in regulating these areas and subsistence use, and this affects our Nilchina caribou herd when they go through this portion of Unit 12. Proposal 111, add an archery-only 5-day season for residents and non-residents in Unit 12. We oppose Proposal 111. Archers do not need a special season. They can hunt during the general season. It would not be good to open the hunt to non-residents either when we are experiencing a decline in our game population. Proposal 117, to allocate Tok Management Area sheep drawing permits. We oppose Proposal 117. Second degree of kinship is still a non-resident and should not be taken from should be taken from the non-resident allocation. A non-resident is a non-resident. Proposal 118, allocate a proportion of the Tok Management Area sheep drawing permits to archery only or create a new archery only hunting in the area. We oppose Proposal 118. We are against any special archery hunts. The archers can hunt during the regular season. There is no need for a special hunt when our game population is already in decline. Proposal 189, to reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for the central and southwest region. We support Proposal 189, reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions due to the strong decline in the caribou and moose populations, and feel that this will affect the calving period by 2 to 3 years. They were only in place for the western Alaska for brown bear hunts, and the expansion of the tag fee exemption to encourage more Alaskans to control predators. This tag fee exemption will also get rid of having to get the tag annually. Proposal 192, reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 13A Alpha. We oppose Proposal 192. The current management objective for the calf-cow ratio is 25 to 100, and the calf-cow ratio reported count is 11 to 100, which is far below this. There is no data for the bull-cow ratio, and based on the calf-cow ratio, this will limit the calving period and lead to low recruitment of calves due to the taking of cows. In the department's report to the Copper Basin AC, there is talk about issuing 20 permits for the 24 and 25 season. With such a low recruitment, this will be detrimental to the population's recovery. There has been a low harvest recently, and we are down to 528 moose harvested in 2023 season. There is an overharvest of bulls because they are not providing enough for subsistence, and the draw tags will only decrease the numbers by not having a potential for future bull calves. Proposal 193, reauthorize the antlerless moose and seasons in Unit 13C Charlie. We oppose Proposal 193. There were no population estimates for the bull cow and calf cow populations provided at the Copper Basin AC. The department should err on the side of caution because of the lack of data. It has been noticed amongst the Audna people that they are not seeing cows with calves and very few bulls. Proposal 194, reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 13E Echo. We oppose Proposal 194. There were no population estimates for the bull cow, and calf cow populations provided at the Copper Basin AC. The department should take precautionary measures because of this lack of data. We are not seeing the moose out on the land. With an apparent decline in the moose and the crash of the Nilchina caribou herd, the dependence and need to maintain a healthy moose population is crucial. Culturally, we never went for cow moose, and when we did, it was only for ceremonial reasons, and we always made sure that they were dry cows. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, our Edward. I understand you're taking over Gloria's position, so when you see her, tell her thank you. We really appreciated all her years of service and coming to the board with Audna's comments. So on the reauthorization for 192 that you oppose, and potentially because they said they were going to institute maybe some cow harvest in 2025, and they haven't, had they justified that through any data? Because, you know, a lot of your comments said that, you know, you didn't have the correct data or enough data to, you know, justify taking action either way.
As far as I'm aware of, I mean, the data is so low still, and we're so far away from what the management objective was, so I don't think it's justifiable, in my opinion. I feel like, you know, we need to get back up to where they want our standards to be at.
So let me maybe ask it this way too, is, so you want to take antlerless authority off the books because you don't have the trust in the department with the delegate or delegation of authority that, you know, they would institute it and you wouldn't have a say in it then, or be able to review the data?
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm still a little new to this, so if you don't mind, can I direct this comment to somebody else?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. For the record, my name's Jim Simon. I'm a consultant with the Ahtna Intertribal Resource Commission, which represents the 8 federally recognized tribes within the Ahtna region, as well as Ahtna Incorporated and the Chitna Native Village Corporation. Could you repeat your question, Mr. Brett, please?
So I'm curious, you know, there was a lot of concern that there's not enough data or very little data presented to the AC and to the, you know, people of the area down there on the reauthorization of an antlerless hunt. And the numbers that you currently have for data, you know, don't match up to the anecdotal, you know, on the ground traditional knowledge of people seeing stuff. And so is it a trust thing that you don't like the department to keep antlerless reauthorization on the books, you know, and then when they see, you know, like somebody said they may propose antlerless hunts in 2025, yet there's no evidence that that may happen, or or a population that have that happen?
The issue of trust is maybe, you know, something to talk about at another time. This particular opposition is related to the lack of data and the lack of the metrics and indices that the department spent many years developing here in the Tanana Flats to look at nutritional stress, and where twinning rates really help to determine when it's time to implement antlerless hunts in order to stabilize a moose population. The department's proposal to reauthorize, I can't remember right off which proposal number it is and which subunit identifies that permits would be issued to continue this, so that we don't need to trust whether or not the department's going to do it. They've already said that they're going to do it, but we have no data on twinning rates. We have very little information presented to the Copper Basin AC of the actual biology of the moose populations here, with one exception where we have a calf-cow ratio, 11 calves per 100 cows, and killing more cows doesn't seem like the solution to address and bring that calf-cow ratio back up into management objective.
Got it.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Thank you,
Commissioner.
Edward. You're doing a wonderful job.
Hold on for both of you. So I got a question for both of you. So if the department didn't have authorization to conduct antlerless hunts, how would that impact the ceremonial harvest of moose in the Ahtna region? I know for potlatch, we could still issue permits, but I don't know if we could be issuing permits for antlerless moose hunts for ceremonial purposes.
You want me to take it? Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Lang. It wasn't until 2010 when this board tied ceremonial uses to positive customary and traditional use determinations. Ceremonial use since 1974 and the Alaska Supreme Court's decision had not been tied to subsistence management whatsoever. It is a statutory religious freedom of expression opportunity. Because of the concerns within the Otna region about protecting ceremonial moose opportunities, there are the regulations now within 5 AAC 92019 that provides for a harvest report need in the area, the harvest area of the state community hunt in the Otna region. I don't believe that that if the antlerless moose regulations were taken off the books, that would impinge or limit any ceremonial opportunities, but the Department of Law may be able to better help you there. As the Executive Director of Otna Intertribal Resource Commission expressed in the Copper Basin AC or her personal testimony yesterday, it hasn't been for many gubernatorial administrations that there have been challenges of getting antlerless hunts back on the books. And being a big fan of the codified book, it does keep getting bigger and bigger. And I don't think that I have seen a board resistant to putting antlerless reauthorization regulatory language back in the book when it is appropriate. We've seen that happen in the Middle Yukon. So that is often cited as a concern, or let's keep this tool in the toolbox. But I think that is, and I've heard many questions so far about, being in support of intensive management, and that, sort of going along with that is this need to keep the antlerless regulations in the toolbox. I think most of the areas that I'm familiar with in the Tanana Chiefs Conference region, which is just under the size of Texas, and the Otna region, which is about the size of Ohio, we would love to have those problems, that we have too many moose and that we really start to see the nutritional impacts of too many moose on the landscape. I think you will have no problems getting support from the public to then get antlerless regulations back in the book. Thank you.
That was a good summary of overall feeling on cow moose hunt, or antlerless moose hunts, but I guess the question I'm having is, in your view, taking them off the books doesn't affect the department's ability to provide for ceremonial harvest for the upcoming year until we get them reauthorized?
In my personal view, no, it does not. And please, let's not have to go to another branch of government to get resolution on that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony, and you, Jim, thank you for your clarification. Next on the list is Michael Litson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board, Commissioner, and Director. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the opportunity to address this, and Fish and Game staff as well. My name is Michael Litson. I live in Nikiski, and I've been a resident in the state of Alaska for 55 years. I'm a master guide, transporter, run a guide business and an air taxi, and own a lodge and 5 acres in the northeast corner of 19C. I've been guiding and dropping off hunters in 19C for 43 years now. Since the mid-'80s, I've also been a contract survey pilot for the Fish and Game and have been involved with all sorts of different flying jobs for them, including sheep capture work, lambing, wolf captures, all sorts of different work. It's been very satisfying work. I'm here to give testimony to the proposals in the area that I have traditionally operated in. I want to give my strong support to Proposal 60 that seeks to implement an aerial wolf hunting program in 19C and amend the boundary to ridge tops rather than creek or rivers, the way it's drawn. as a permitted control pilot myself, it sets up an issue where you could roll into a valley and have a pack of wolves that you'd be working, and if it's on the creek bottom, one side they're good, one side they're not. So that's just, in my view, that's almost a housekeeping issue. It should be on the drainage, not the creek itself. But I understand from visiting with area biologist Josh Pierce that there's going to be some adjustments to these areas. Personally, I'd like to see the boundary go up closer to Denali Park, like a mile buffer or something. But Josh feels that that would create more strife with the park compared to the wolves that would be taken. Coincidentally, that's where my lodge is, but I understand his issue. I'm just half mile out of the park. So just kind of in general, I'm in favor of all the proposals that seek to liberalize the grizzly season dates, methods in Region 3. In my guide business, I have seen a marked increase in the grizzly population in recent years. And it's pretty safe to assume when you notice a wave, the wave's already building. And that's why I believe everybody wants to get in front of it. I want to speak specifically to Proposal 101. I support this and would like to amend it to extend the spring bait season. So 101 is to add grizzly baiting in Unit 19C in addition to the black bear. But I'd like to amend that to go through June and then to add a fall season that would go from August 1st to October 31st. That's kind of a big jump, but I understand that there's support from all the ACs and the department for that. Oh, backing up to the aerial wolf hunting real quickly. I know we don't have a big issue with coyotes in the interior, but in Unit 16, where I'm a permitted pilot, and in Unit 15, where I do work for the department in wolf captures, we're just crawling with coyotes. So I'd like this board just in general to keep in the back of their mind that why are coyotes, if everybody's hating coyotes so much these days, why aren't they on the list while a control pile is working? Because I've seen many, and actually they're pretty frustrating when we're trying to catch wolves, start running down the wrong set of tracks. And so, okay, so now I'd like to speak to the issue of sheep in 19C. At this meeting in March of 2023 in Soldotna, I testified against Proposal 207. I still feel that full curl management is viable and will sustain the population to the degree that we can even affect it. Now, though, having been seated as the guide on the sheep management working group, I'd like to give the process a chance and see what we can come up with. The only sheep proposal that I support is the one APHA put in that basically defers to the findings or what the sheep working group could come up with. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony, Mike. Could you restate what your proposed amendment was to 101, the dates?
Yeah, through the chair, Jake. Yes, that, and I think you're going to hear that from the department as well. But the 101 was only through the end of May for baiting, but I'm proposing that it go through the end of June and to add a whole new fall baiting season that would start August 1st and go through October 31st. And then that would be for black bear and brown bear. I have a question, and this might not be the right time, but I'm trying to understand why wolves wouldn't be included. If we're trying to, not the right time? Okay.
But we will be discussing that at some point in the future, I'm sure. But I do have a question for you. When you're out flying, when you're observing in your area, what have you observed as the major predators on sheep in 19C?
Well, I haven't been doing any sheep capture work there, so I'm not there in the in lambing time. I do know the wolves get up in sheep country. I've seen it, as someone else mentioned, sometimes in a deep snow year, and then it starts to warm up and the snow has not yet receded very much, that they go up where the snow is not as deep and lighter. And so I know they get into the wolves, or excuse me, the wolves get into the sheep. I know grizzlies chase them. We've got a video of one catching, a long video of a grizzly catching a sheep while he was pursuing it. And a guided client shot the sheep, and within seconds, a grizzly was on it. And we've got the whole thing on video. He may never have caught up to it, but I know they chase him around. They must catch him sometimes.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your work with the department. Tony Mancini.
Good morning, Commissioner and Board, and thank you guys for your service. I know it's a thankless job, and appreciate your guys' time and everything you put into it. For the record, my name's Tony Marchini. I'm born and raised Alaskan. I grew up in the Copper River Valley, about 30 miles south of Glen Allen, and have lived up here my whole life, minus my time in college. I then put in 26 years working for various fire services, both wildland and Anchorage Fire Department, and now I have taken over my father-in-law's guiding and outfitting business, and a registered guide. And we have a lodge in Unit 16, and we work in Unit 19 as well, and I'm speaking on Unit 19 today. I sent in 3 proposals to you guys. They are in line with a bunch of other proposals. The first one was Proposal 94, which was making the grizzly season in 19C line up more in accord with the other subunits of 19, opening it on August 10th so that more people have opportunity to hunt bears while they're out there for sheep and caribou. Over the past number of years, unfortunately, we've had a DLP, a couple of grizzlies that have gotten into our sheep camps in August, one the day before September, and the trooper was bummed that it wasn't the next day. It would have been a lot less paperwork for him. And then this last year, we saw a market increase in the amount of grizzly bears in and around our main camps in August. My next proposal was 84, and it was to go to 1 every 2 years for sheep hunting. I've hunted sheep for the past 35 years, often doing multiple sheep hunts. Even before I was guiding, anytime I had a buddy, I would go with them just to be up in the woods and up in the mountains and enjoy the country. We passed on many sheep that were legal just to let them get bigger. If you have a good hunting partner, I feel like 1 every other year is more than adequate. That's my partner and I would just take turns who got to harvest first or got first opportunity, and we just went back and forth that way. While sheep meat, in my opinion, is some of the best, in the end, it is a trophy hunt. You're not getting enough meat. Usually my sheep meat is gone before Halloween because I eat it nonstop. And then the final proposal I put for the board was 76. I am in full support of full curl management. Like Mr. Heimer spoke yesterday, it's been proven to work since the late 80s. I didn't feel like last year the Prop 207 had a whole lot of biological influence on it. It was it wasn't what was best for the resource. I don't want to be the person that shoots the last sheep. You know, I want to have sheep for years and years to come. So by just targeting one user group to not be able to hunt them, I think that was kind of, in my opinion, not the best way to help the resource rebound. We're not going after using lambs, we're going with mature rams that are not making a big impact on the population itself. I also support any intensive management for Unit 19C, the Proposal 60 for the aerial. I definitely support that along with some of the other ones. I am against any sort of draw allocation. I think it just gets messy for any animal further down the line. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tony. It's just so I'm clear and understand your thinking. Proposal 76, which you believe in mature ram harvest is adequate, and hunting is not decreasing the population or cause of the decrease in the population. So Proposal 84 was a fallback in case.
Yeah, 84. I did 76 just to, the way I wrote it was to have resident preference for the first 5 days of the season. I wrote in there that non-residents could start on the 15th because the majority of rams are taken those first few days. I think over the years the data supports. I would prefer if it opened or just went back to the way it was, but I also have high hopes for the working group as well. So I just put something that I was hoping would have a little bit of traction.
All right, thank you.
Additional discussion, comments, questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you guys for your time.
Dan Montgomery.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett, for this opportunity to, and the board members, this opportunity to testify. My name is Dan Montgomery. I'm a 43-year resident of Alaska. I've lived in Southeast Alaska for 3 years, the Arctic for 8 years, and I currently reside in the Mat-Su Valley for the last 32 years. I've served on the Mat Valley AC for 15 years and have made my living as a big game guide since 1993. I'm a master guide currently. I have hunted and taken sheep as a resident in all 5 major mountain ranges in Alaska. I will be addressing Proposals 46, 117, and 131, all of which I authored, and Proposal 130, which I oppose. My public comments are PC 79. Proposal 46 would change the all sheep hunting and game management unit 19, 20, and 12 into draw permits. I have no stake. I do not guide in these areas. I personally hunted in all 3 of them and taken sheep in them, but I haven't participated as a guide in any of them. In Unit 19 and 20 have both experienced major sheep die-offs in the last 30 years. The last 3 years, and of 50 to 90% because of severe winter conditions. Unit 13D is virtually all state land in the Chugach Range and had the same thing happen in 2006. I've been guiding there for the last 31 years. And it went all to draw in 2008. The change was dramatic. 80% of the guides left the area, and the hunt quality improved greatly for everyone. This area has produced the biggest and oldest sheep on average since then until the last 2 years. Unfortunately, it has experienced some devastating winters again, and the sheep are at critically low numbers now. I believe they will disappear entirely in the near future in much of this Unit 13D. I envision a high number of permits, up to 120 for each of the units 19 and 20 to start with. Looking at resident participation in them the last couple of years, it would be an automatic draw for residents. With tags left over, you could get over the counter. So it would basically be still open for residents just to hunt it if they wanted to. Let's see. In Unit 12 has different population, different problems. The sheep population is doing better in most of it, and there is a tremendous amount of hunting pressure from residents because it is the rumored hot spot in the state right now. And there is still quite a few sheep there, but they definitely have a lot of young sheep, a lot of young rams, but not a lot of older rams in that area right now. There were 282 resident hunters and only 21 non-resident hunters in this unit in 2023. And nobody has talked about, and nobody has talked, I have talked to, have had a good time hunting sheep in it. It's, there's just hunters everywhere. Almost all the sheep are on federal grounds, and the guides have exclusive guide use areas in it and have already reduced the number of clients they are taking because of the lack of mature rams. I envision about 200 permits being issued in this area, and it would be an automatic draw for non-residents, because there'd be about 160 permits issued to residents and 40 to non-residents. My goal is to turn down the hunting pressure in all of these areas and get more mature rams back in the population, and everybody has a more enjoyable and higher quality sheep hunting experience. Another option for units 19 and 20 that I have thought of was vastly reducing the season lengths in these units, changing the season length for non-residents to 10 days from August 10th to August 19th. And I believe that would reduce the non-resident harvest substantially by limiting the number of hunters the guides could take and give the guided hunters a much higher quality hunt and get their success rates back up to about 75%, what it should be, instead of the 50% it was from 2021 and 2022. Currently, there's no non-resident season at all in 19C. Change the resident season from August 10th to August 31st, a 22-day season. This would eliminate the incidental harvest of rams that, while people are participating in moose, residents are participating in moose and caribou hunts in these areas. And this could be done by amending proposals 76 through 81 to match those season dates for residents and non-residents. There is no justification for a 42-day sheep season still on these depressed sheep populations. That's it.
Yeah, your time is kind of up, so questions from board members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan, for your testimony. In your vast experience with sheep hunting, do most of your clients, or even your personal hunting, what time of year or what time of the season you take most of your sheep? The first 10 days, the last 10 days?
Yeah.
What do you see?
Certainly in the Chugach where I guide, after the aircraft restriction goes in, we got so few sheep now. There might be one legal ram, and that's the only one within 20 miles of that area. It's just down to such low numbers that if I wasn't in there hunting opening day, there's almost no possibility of locating a sheep after that anymore, in that area. In some of the other areas, certainly I've hunted late seasons over in Unit 12. And I went in there in 2006 as a resident. I was done with my sheep hunting at that time. I didn't have anything else going on. I went over there and hunted, and I virtually saw nobody at all. I hunted way up on the Belsen Glacier where I killed my first 40-inch ram back in 1988. Went back and killed another 40-inch ram within 200 yards of the exact same place I killed one on opening day in 1988. But those populations have been distressed quite a bit there now too, and stuff. But most of the hunting was that first 10 days, yes.
Okay, you just answered my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions? Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Dan, thanks a bunch for that testimony.
Yep.
I'm curious to know your opinion on youth hunts, special youth hunts for sheep.
It's certainly an advantage. I like it because it's an opportunity for a family to get out, and experience that and stuff. Looking at the numbers, I don't think it gets abused excessively or anything. Certainly has a lot higher quality to it because you aren't competing with anybody else in the field. Opening day of sheep season, from my experience when I started doing it in '83, we were on the Baltoff Strip in Unit 12, and there was probably 25 people hunting off that strip, you know, and stuff. So having a youth hunt where you're in there basically before anybody else and having that opportunity to hunt in that kind of quality certainly would probably make a sheep hunter out of that young boy or a girl, you know, in the future and stuff. But I didn't really like the concept, having it separated like that. It is only a 5-day season. It's still another 4 days before the regular season opens. So overall, I don't think it gets abused, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Dan, follow up on Jake's question, Member Fletcher. The sheep, the youth hunt's outside the spotting sheep regulation. It's earlier. And what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that should be covered by that same sheep spotting regulation everybody else is covered by, or do you think it should be left the same?
Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, the youth hunt is earlier in the season, and the regulation that eliminated spotting with aircraft
Yep.
for sheep hunters comes after that sheep hunt, that youth hunt.
Yep.
And so what are your thoughts? Do you think it should stay the way it is, where they have that advantage to spot with the aircraft, or should the aircraft spotting regulation cover the youth hunt?
I wouldn't think that would make any difference in the sheep season for youth. The only reason it would make a difference maybe if you had bad weather and you couldn't get in there before the season opened. But currently, we can hunt right up to opening day spot with the aircraft right up to opening day. And so you have a 5-day youth sheep season, you should be on the ground hunting on opening day. You know, so I don't see, you know, where you're getting back to an aircraft and be able to look that it would make any difference hardly ever, you know, in those circumstances with a 5-day season, and you can still fly up to the day it opened. I don't think that would impact it at all.
Okay, Jake.
Hey, thanks. One more quick question, Dan. We have some proposed archery-only hunts, you know, for sheep here. And I know in 14C, which you guide in a lot, you know, the way it's structured down there is they tack that season onto at the end. Of the, what are your general feelings on how that works in 14C anyway?
In 14C, they issue a tremendous amount of permits. The area-wide late hunt starts October 1st, runs to the 10th. There's 57 permits. It's amazing, but there's very little pressure back in the hard-to-reach areas, even during that many permits that's 57 for residents and 3 for non-residents. The Clutna hunt, the sheep numbers are way down in it, and it's all of September, and it's only a bow area. There is no rifle hunting there ever. And they issue 30 permits in there, and there's only about a dozen rams in it now, and you get 3 or 4 or 5 people going after the same ram every day, and it's extremely hard to pull off any kind of bow hunt in that area there. Guides don't even apply for the permit that's available to us in there. We don't even apply for it because it's that tough a hunt, and it just isn't something that I want to participate in, or anybody else that participates in it there and stuff. Yeah. And as far as the late adding on late seasons on the regular sheep seasons and stuff they've talked about, you know, like I said, you go out there in September in all the general areas, there's nobody hunting them. Nobody. Why you would add extra days past that? Because you already have an area that nobody is hunting. You know, and so doing it with a bow, you're basically out there by yourself anyway after September 1st, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions for Dan? Thank you for your testimony. We always like to hear from you.
Thank you.
Next is Chief Leo Lolnitz.
Good morning. My name is Chief Leo Lolnitz. I was former chief, been off the chief for a year. I've been off the council, but once the chief is always chief, so I'm considered chief. And I'd like to for you all to respect that. When you speak to a chief, you speak to a chief respectfully. Thank you. You know, I'm up here on the self-testimony, and thank you for people for your time here. Appreciate it. You know, I'm in support of all our proposals in our Middle Yukon Regional Board. Everyone that attended, you supported. We're all in support of those because we're all in the region. We all speak with one voice. And as for the Amber Road, you know, it's a no-no in our region, and it's a no-no coming directly from the village of Kaikook and all the other, couple of the other villages surrounding us. It's a no-no because it will, you know what the road does to the people once you get the road into the villages out there. It just destroys the whole country. Everything like that, mad influx of people leave the trash behind, bring in drugs, alcohol, whatnot, you know, because that's what roads be used for after it's open. They say it's never going to be open to the public, but believe me, this mind of mine is always open to the public after the fact. So that's no. We all support that. A lot of us support the Nova Road up that direction. And as for the moose count and support of the moose count that is done by our area biologists and general, a lot of us are not too satisfied with the count that they hand out to us in numbers, because I have a lot of friends out there that travel up in that area, travel on the snow machine during the winter time, and as for 4,000, 6,000 moose in those general areas, they when they travel through there in snow machines, you can almost see that there's no moose tracks. And how could you say there are 6,000 or 4,000 moose in such, you know, prescribed area? And when you drive through there on snow machines, you don't see any moose tracks or any signs of any moose. You don't see no 6,000, 4,000 moose in that area. If you did, you'd probably see 4 or 5 moose in every little bend, you know. But that's not happening. They're not seeing that. And as for our, you know, the Fish and Game and everybody else that put all these laws up on the native people, is that you're what you do, we kill off our diet, the fish diet, the poultry, the meat, everything else, the gathering. We totally live off the country, off the land, for years, ever since existence. And we never had these problems. Cancer is one that really exploded in the areas in the region. You see it now every day, people coming in with cancer. It's because they're not getting the regular diet that you were brought up and raised on. And that's a fact. I see it every day, and there's more cancer coming around nowadays. It's kind of touchy subject because I had a sister that died from that, and a few other people, my relatives. And that's why, you know, if you ever let us live like we used to live back in the days, I mean, I bet you anything, the cancer rates would go down, for darn sure, because it's all clean meat and all poultry, but it's gathered off. And that's why we oppose the road too, because you get all these chemicals tied in there, dust in there, particles, whatnot. That spreads across the land. And we're downriver from down the road. And that's not good for us, downriver people, because gravity flows down. So if anything bad happens in the mining, if they ever open the mining district or open the road, you know, it's all coming in our direction. Not only that, once you get to the Yukon River, it goes further down the Yukon River. And that also goes up the Yukon River. And that's not all good at all. I wouldn't even believe that. And, you know, it's just not good. I don't really like it at all, and not our people don't like it because of the fact that it's just deteriorating the lives of the native people. That's what it really boils down to. That's the bottom line. And I don't understand why the state don't recognize ANILCA. ANILCA is a state law, and you are state employees, and you don't still yet don't recognize the ANILCA law, and that's state law, and you guys should abide by it. If we abide by your laws, you should abide by them also, that you put in certain there. It's not a two-way street. It's a one-way street. We all abide by those laws, including you as Fish and Game employees. Are you hearing me on this? Thank you very much. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dave, I have a question for you.
Thank you, Leo. I appreciate your years and years of service working with different working groups. I know we first met on the Koyukuk working group probably 30 years ago. And I listen to you all the time, you know, at these different meetings, and I really appreciate you stepping up and expressing Koyukuk's and the downriver feelings that you folks have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Chief?
Don't be afraid to ask him. Ask him if you got it. I'm sitting here only for a few minutes. I got my lawyer here with me.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I just want to, just make sure the record's clear. ANILCA is a federal law. It's not a state law. But, you know, the state of Alaska does work with the Fish and Wildlife Service and other people to make sure we have conservation on the landscape. So,
But the law is a law, and you also abide by it also. No matter, it's not a two-way street. The law is a law.
Yeah.
And you should be implementing that, no matter what. You can't go around that. There's no way around it. You just gotta do what you gotta do. If that's what you're sworn in to do, uphold the law, and let's start doing that. Am I clear on that?
Yes. I think you were very clear.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you for your testimony. Thanks
Thank you for your
coming.
time. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Percy Lolnitz. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you for allowing the public to speak, and it's actually really good to be here. And I want to say good morning to Commissioner and the board members. I'm from Koyukuk. Koyukuk is on the confluence of Koyukuk and the Yukon River. And it's actually right in the middle of, of all the action, I think. And it's been a gathering place for centuries. And there's a lot of stories that go along with that we hear of. So today I come before you with a testimony on myself. And, when you live out there in the country, we see a lot of changes that's happening literally on a daily basis. Actually, the animal behavior is gradually changing. And, I think board members such as you should really take a look at that because of global warming. They're affecting the animals out there and the water temperatures changing over the years. And then you have the bank erosion and all these changes that's going on. I live out there for practically all my life, and it's good, to be from out there. And, when you're being born and raised out there in the country, you see all the changes. So there's the moose count. We had an AC meeting maybe 3 weeks ago, I think, and we were brought through the class, orientation of how they do their moose count and where they get their numbers actually. So these numbers will fall and goes right down the line. When you get good numbers, you get more permits. And the explanation of moose count it was really interesting to actually sit there and look at the graphs, look at the PowerPoints and so forth. But to me, what I see is when you're living out there and then you you walk through this orientation program, there's a big difference. A big difference because when you're out there, you're traveling on a snow machine and you take a particular area of how much moose is in that one small area. Okay, now the most moose I've seen in a small given area is, I would say maybe 5 to 8. And certain number, during the season, they gather and they separate and they have their own behavior. So when you start figuring out your graphs, you do a 1 mile block and then you just continue. And then you get that block and you put moose count, say 8, maybe 5 over here, and then you get into a bigger area and then you start putting in your numbers. Well, I think it's kind of unfair because when you get those numbers and then they give the report to you, and by the time it comes to actually putting a permit out there in your designated, your area, then you get these high numbers of permits. Now, yeah, that's beyond me. After that, it's like, we try, we talk, we meet, we do everything possible so we can help the biologists but that's their, that's their, in order to make a judgment or whatever you want to call it, then it comes to the board. And you're going to be okay with that? You never come and meet with the village people and saying, this is the way we're doing it, because maybe it's just unnecessary. Until we get the moose report, of course, then we talk about it, but by then it's already too late. You already have your numbers in the books. And also around the 3-day slough area. Well, a couple of years ago, I went up to Kayakuk. I go through the 3-day slough on the lower end, go all the way around. It's a 50-mile from one end to the other, and then you get the Kayakuk River again. Then you come back down. I was thinking it's about maybe, about the 20th, 21st, but I didn't see much moose activity with the numbers that's given to you. I think it just doesn't make much sense. That beeper went off, that means my time's up.
Yes, it does.
So can I say one more thing before we?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. So, when it leads to this moose count I'm talking about, then you get the encroachment, of course. You guys all know what that means, because there was this time when I went up the Kayakuk River and I got my whole family together, and I know a good area where we start camping for years. And by the time I get there, you see about 3-4 boats and a big camp there and so forth, so that, it just doesn't cut it. So anyway, I know my time is up, so that, I just want to thank you for your time again. And I had more, but if it's,
Okay, we have questions for you, though. Dave?
Thank you, Percy, for coming and testifying in front of us. I have a question that's more on bison. So you're just upriver from the Innoko, where the wood bison have been introduced?
Innoko River is from right where we have our village. You go down the Yukon, you go toward I believe it's the Shaglook area, that gash area. Well, Innoko River is on the south bank of that. So, I don't know understand your question, but bison, I was just having a conversation yesterday with a good friend of mine, and we were talking about bison. Well, the state, we know, is doing studies and that sort of thing with bison. And if we were ever allowed to hunt bison, well, we'd prefer moose, of course, but who knows, someday there might not be any moose if it's not managed right. But if you get bison, I need some education on this, because I never ever seen bison. I wouldn't know how to skin it, nor would I even eat it. That's the thing there. So we have to be, use our own judgment, and if that's going to put food on the table, so maybe someday, who knows?
Okay, and the rest of my question is, so you do support the bison introduction as possible food source in the future?
You know,
And then-
I gave it some thought, and there's, like I say, it's something that the state did on their own. It wasn't the direction of our people in our area saying, we need to put bison over here because there's a lot of great amount of food over there, but who knows what the bison eat? I don't even know what they eat, but if we're given given bison, I don't think I would take it, nor would I even give it some time to say it's a good idea. No, I think I would just want nothing to do with it.
Okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Percy, for your testimony. You mentioned that you had a little bit more to talk about. Can you summarize the rest of what you wanted to talk about to us?
Oh, thank you. You're Hoffman? Okay. So, the proposals, well, you'll hear about this in our AC report. I'd rather not spend too much time on that. But the other one I had was, I know I touched a little bit on global warming. You know, if you do studies, I know the state is doing studies on this. It's going to take it is, actually today is impacting the animal. And then, like, for a few years now, I've been hearing people that go hunting in the fall time. Well, we know when the moose are out there, we know when they're moving around and so forth, but now they're moving a lot later than usual. And I don't know exact times or locations, but I know where I go, I have to go out, let's see, probably about maybe the 21st. And then there's a time crunch here because you'd rather go out on the first day and start working your way to wherever you want, you know. But it's better to get the moose early in season because of the source of fat that they carry. If you wait too late, then they're going to get rotted out, and then you wouldn't have you wouldn't have a happy wife when you go home, I'll tell you that, okay? So the other thing I want to briefly touch on is that Amber Road. Okay, now this is a big topic. I understand that there's 4 different companies, mining companies that's involved, and then of course you have Ada. My brother earlier, he embarked on that some, but it's going to devastate my country. The reason why I say my country is because everything that you throw in the river is going to flow down. And they're talking about 3,000 culverts they have to punch in. They're not thinking about the amount of, the quality of air is going to be greatly affected. We don't know, that how much that's going to take effect on the spawning fish that goes way up the rivers, the headwaters of the Kaikuk. And we're just devastated because when you put something like that, you hear promises of this, promises of that, and they'll make your life better. Just great big paint a great big picture and imagine that. You'll be like walking into a world and it'll be paradise, okay? And you'll have money in every pocket and, throw your... But to me, it's a totally different story. We hear pros and cons, of course, but I have to stand by what I believe in. If I want my son, my grandchildren to do what yours love to do out there in the woods, we wouldn't have that anymore. There wouldn't be fish, there wouldn't be moose, there's already no more bear, you probably heard about it. But it's just going to totally affect us in many different ways. And I don't want to even imagine that. So, yeah, thank you for allowing me to go over the rest of my concerns. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Jake, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Percy, thanks a bunch for that testimony. And you're right, you know, up here as board members, we depend on data, and a lot of times we're presented with just, you know, one set of department data, and without gentlemen like you coming and telling us your observations living out there in the land, we never get it. So I really appreciate you coming here and testifying, and we definitely take it into consideration, you know, your observations that you have out there living there. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And thanks for your testimony, again for your testimony.
Okay, put my eye cover back on, and you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Next on our list is Thomas Naglaska. Not here?
I'm going to stand back here for a second because I don't want my time to start. Anyway, Tom Naglaska's wife was medevaced in this morning. She just flew home yesterday and got medevaced this morning, so he's at the emergency room right now, so he won't be here for today.
Okay.
So I guess you just move that one up.
Okay, thank you. Then the next one on my list is Tom Kriska.
Pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, really good.
Anyway, I still won't start my time because, let me see what the heck I was gonna do. I gotta do something first. I usually talk forever, but, yeah, go ahead. I have a lot of questions, and things that Percy and Leo was talking about. I always write all kinds of stuff, but technically, I can't look down and read it all. You know, we'll just, you know, there's a lot of things that, like, I'll start with the things that really concern me most, because all the numbers to the moose and the bears and all this stuff right there, it'll be dealt with in a way later with our AC. But, you know, for personally, I run all over that country. I probably shot 300 wolves in my lifetime. I did a lot of bears away. That, you know, I should probably be arrested because I get rid of a lot of this stuff, but it's the way I grew up. I grew up managing our country, our land around us. Not only my land, Huslia, Nolaro, all over in those areas. Our guys, me and a crew of guys, we shoot on average 50 wolves a year to manage and stabilize our moose conditions. With the bears too. Sorry that a lot of them are not reported, they don't have time, we just give the wolves away, and what we do with them is we give them to the people that are having customary potlatches for, you know, for their loved ones, and so we don't sell them or nothing, just give them away for $1 just for our life, or, you know, for our luck. So if one moose, from what I hear, one moose will eat 10 moose, or one wolf will eat 10 moose a year. And if you shoot 50 of them, that's 500 moose we're saving per year. And then on the basis, you know, we've been doing this all our life. I think one year, maybe 20 years ago, that one year I shot 46. But I was a lone guy then, so I was still doing what we need to be done. But the thing that really gets me is that, you know, I heard a guy yesterday say that they spent $2 million on one wolf, the state, to just get one. I mean, if you guys want more wolves shot, just give us the money. But I need more than 5 minutes just to let you know, because this is serious business. But anyway, you know, if you're doing things like that, it's really, you know, it's in from heart. I lived this all my days, like I said, and I taught by my parents and everything like that. So what we're doing in our country right now is keeping those numbers up. I think it might be 1,200 over right now, but still, and then they're putting in regulations in there, say once you get overpopulated, then you need to start shooting your cows. But there's so much country out there we don't want to really shoot those cows. We just will take what we need, and it's not a lot of, it's in regulation, but it works. But just that I'm kind of worried about the moose count itself. Like Percy said, there's 8 or 10 over here, and then there's probably a number of 0, 10 miles away. Then you average those numbers out, and then you put that count into the system in that area. And then I ride that country. I spend probably $6,000 to $7,000 worth of fuel for snow machine through the 3-day slough area, all through the Nicolai Slough area, lower Kayukuk River, all through the Caillou area. I ride that thing almost daily, and I do it right now. Missing out right now, but the boys that work with me, they were out there the other day. They shot 5 wolves. Hope they got the other rest of that pack. That's 10 right there. Those boys alone, with me not being there, to save 500 moose. So we just manage this stuff on our own, and I really appreciate it, if we can get some help in some way. I don't know where all of you are from and things like that, right? So it's, for me, I'd like to work with you. You help me, I help you, and that's the way it should be. I'm not even looking at my notes here. There's a lot of things in here. Global warming is causing a lot of issues right now. People say they're not seeing moose on the northern part, not seeing the bears on the northern part. The marten and things are not there. Well, you go talk to the people on the coast right now, they want us to go down there, get our moose, and down there, in fact, right now they have 2 moose per season they could shoot because there's so many moose. So everything in my time, I never drank for 40 years either, so everything in my time, the whole thing shifted, okay? This is information that you will never get. Everything shifted. The marten, the moose moved, the wolves have to move, the bears have to move. So there's a lot of bear and stuff showing up on the lower river. You turn that off.
Sorry, we can't do that. But.
Well, I know. I have a lot to say, but I bring some of it up in my my AC comments. I wish that we had more time because I didn't even get to my second sheets and stuff here. So, but there's a lot we need to talk about. I don't know who and which one of you I could talk to in between the meetings and stuff. But this is serious business, and I'd like you to have that information since you didn't give me the time to tell you what I need to tell you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tommy. First of all, I'm really sorry to hear about Tommy's wife, and I'll be praying for her family and her. Very good friend of mine, too. Do you get your group and the other villages, Caltag, Nolato people, they've been self-regulating or self-controlling or controlling the wolves for many years. Do you guys get any kind of compensation or incentive for doing all that work down there and then even teaching the next generation how to hunt wolves?
Well, we've been doing it for a while and then introduced it to other places, and they do have incentives in Huslia, Galena, Kayukuk, Nolato. I don't know about any farther down the river, but that really helps because gas is, $7 a gallon, and then when you leave, you're taking a full tank and possibly 10 extra gallons a day, and you run to probably, on average, maybe 150 to 200 miles a day. And you have to stay on it, otherwise you lose them and then they just go off and then you don't see them. It takes a lot of time to be doing stuff like that, and
One other thing is how many young people are you training right now how to hunt wolves in the area?
We interest a lot of these young guys. Right now we're putting on what we call our men's gathering. We've been doing it in Nolato alone. We did it in a few other places, but this men's gathering, what we did was had Nolato, and what they did was bought 4,000 feet of wolf snares, 4,000 feet of number 9 wire, all the locks and everything like that, teaching those younger kids how to get out there, and they're really interested in it. When we have you wouldn't imagine, when we have a men's gathering, there's just as many as you. Probably half of them are still 15, 16 years old, and some of those 15 or 16-year-olds probably right now are killing 2 or 3 wolves a year, going out hunting and shooting them themselves. So what we're trying to do is pass it on. You know, we can't pass on our, what's happening. Rules and regulations will still be coming at us, but stay on our grounds and do the work yourselves. You'll possibly have what the Lord put out there for you, to protect it. As long as we can do that, I mean, probably fall off the snow with a heart attack one of these days, but, I'll do it until then.
Thank you, Tommy.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tommy, for your testimony. Member Brett asked most of my questions, but I really want to thank you for you and your people being proactive and doing what you can to keep the predators down. And this is an interesting topic, about I don't know if it pencils out for the price of wolves, but the bounty is helps. But I don't know. It makes sense that the state may be able to do something. It's worth looking into. But what's the quality? How is your wolf hides of those 50 wolves that you get a year? Are all the hides good?
Yeah. Yes, would put me in jail again, but I went out that one day, we ran across a pack. They all had, what the heck they call that, disease. So a lot of them just had fur on their heads and a little bit of hair on the tail. No skin at all rubbed, and they were no good. This guy said, they're no good. I said, no, let's kill them all. So we went and shot all 9 of them and just put them in the pasture, I guess that's the way you call it. But we did that to protect from biting on moose, sleeping among other wolves, or sleeping anywhere. A lot of those wolves, they find good warm places and they lay in there. Well, foxes and everything else, they lay in those warm areas too. So what we're trying to do is stop that disease from moving on. So we do a lot of that kind of stuff. I mean, managing, if you lived out there, you were born out there, this is kind of stuff you'll understand and you'll do it. Matter of fact, if any one of you want to go on a little tour trip for 1 week, I got a nice cabin, I have other snow machines, I will pay for the fuel just to get you out there and do this tour of what we do, the whole country. I mean, seriously, I do it.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? No, I'm sure we'll all want to talk to you at breaks.
Okay, well, you're going to have to talk to me anyway because I have my AC and I was just going to bring that up right now. I was thinking, is there a way right now we could move our time for our AC to right now?
Yes, we could.
So that Percy,
Are you the spokesperson for the
I
AC?
am the spokesperson, so I'm asking you if we could do it like this, and then to invite that Percy. I know he has a lot of words back there. He's sitting back there probably steaming, and
Yeah, no, that's
So anyway, he can
just
come up here.
fine. We can get your 15 minutes for that.
okay. He doesn't listen. I forgot what side he's supposed to sit on. He have one bum ear, so. With this guy, he's my best friend all my life, and we argue all the time. So if we get in an argument, it's normal.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Do we get the microphones? So you can.
You're gonna have to start.
We want to
from-
make sure we can hear both of you.
I was gonna do something, but it might hit me.
You might want to just move over one chair.
Oh. I know there was a way to do this.
Yeah. Put a little space between you.
Okay, I'll just start off. Why this happened like this between me and him, he didn't know he was going to be here, but they had other meetings, and so fortunately, the airlines couldn't fly him home when he was supposed to leave a few days ago. So he's the chair, so I'm going to let him speak for, on behalf of our AC for now.
Yeah, would you identify which AC and which member,
Okay,
if you
so
could,
hold on here.
please?
It's a Middle Yukon Fish and Game Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank
And
you.
Percy is the chair, so I will let him, we're just gonna go back and forth for this right now. That's what we decided to do. So we got 15 minutes. So he could start on, and then we have a lot of other little things to cover in there. I guess he drew the line.
Okay, I guess I'm allowed to speak now. Okay, so anyway, we had an AC meeting. I mentioned that earlier. We had an AC meeting here in Fairbanks. And I want to thank Glenn Stout and Kyle Campbell for coordinating the meeting. And we met quorum. And anyway, I'll just go over the resolution number, support or oppose. Is that how you usually do it? Okay, so number one right off was 48, number 48 proposal, and we had supported that. And number 50, we had 3 opposed and then 4 abstained. 52, there was 7 opposed.
For night vision.
Number 139, we had 7 in opposition of that proposal, and number 140, there was 7 of us that supported. So go ahead, Tom, you can take the.
Okay, so I will go back up a little bit right here. One of the reasons that we supported 50 was that, you know, the winter conditions changed. And like I said, the global warming, and it's not the global warming just for the moose, like the hunting in the fall, everything changed. Everything is changing. Everything is slipping out of our hands by its nature. So that one, and then moving down here to 52, that's the one we opposed there. The reason for the opposed there was that the night vision goggles, they want to allow in unit 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26B, 26C. But once, you know, all know, once you allow any kind of little device, they think it's for everything. I would, that's what I'd probably think, just to be honest. I like to be honest and straight up, and I don't like to BS around the bush, because there's a lot of people out there who will just do this stupidly evil things, and then that's what will happen, then you'll wind up with more regulations. So there. He won't comment on it.
Okay, I don't know if we're given the time to comment after we give you the proposed numbers and then how we acted on that, but I'll just comment on number 50. So what they're doing is they're lengthening the marten season. So when you go into an additional couple of weeks, you start getting into springtime. Well, first of all, back in the day when I was growing up, 18 after high school, we used to trap from November 1st, cover that whole month, because that was a great month of trapping. You had, the weather was perfect. And then we went into December, and of course, Christmas time, so we have to go in for Christmas. But any time after, you know, a certain time after that, they'd crawl into their holes, and they wouldn't come out for 3 weeks. And then any time after that, when they come out, then you start getting more females because of activity that they're in their breeding season. I don't know who put this in, but when you start getting further, you know, lengthenize your marten trap, and then by then, February, March, your marten is no more good. The hairs start falling off and that sort of thing. So I just want to comment on that. And to go on with number 52, that kind of took me off guard. I don't know who put this in. Well, when we passed it, we didn't too much discuss the maker of the proposal, but when you get into start getting in more equipment, During the nighttime, you get more equipment, and to me, if, you know, nighttime, you're hunting, you're doing this sort of thing, once you get, I don't know how the board feel about it, but once you start putting in one piece of equipment and say it works great, and then you get additional equipment in with that, I just couldn't understand this, and why would somebody out of there, you know, maybe it's just something that'll work for them. So there was reasons. I know we had a good, long discussion on that one. So that one, and also, yeah, go ahead, you can continue, Tom.
Okay, so you did, okay, you're done. 145, we supported that 7-0. 152, we supported that 7-0. 153 was, for some reason, that's their Wolverine, supported 6-0, one abstained. And there were some other things that we discussed during this meeting about oh, I guess there's two more. Okay, so there's another proposal here, number 7, that we supported that 7-0, and then there's the other proposal here, opposed 0-7. That was just about in-house cleaning stuff for committee members. Both were 7 and 9. We had some notes on there, but I don't know, you could go ahead and ask the questions about those proposals, I guess.
Okay, before you do your question and answer, I just want to comment on this. I think it was the 145. Okay, reauthorize a winter any moose season during March. So I think the catch to that one, when we had a full discussion, board discussion in our advisory group, was that we were going by the numbers after, you know, the orientation I brought up earlier, after we thoroughly went through that. But I know this has been in the books for some time, so, you know, I guess it's only right to say that when you have a good, healthy moose population, then it's okay, because there's some people I know for a fact that last fall they went out moose hunting, and we had conditions, of course, we had to meet because the water was too high, then started dropping, then the moose behaviors just wasn't right the way it should have been. So we have all these small circumstances that just takes effect on its own. So the reason being that we supported this maybe 3 weeks or 2 months was because there's people that don't have anything in their freezers. And I was told that personally, that they don't have any meat in their freezers. What are we going to do? So there you go. I told them, time to go out. If you want it bad enough, you didn't get moose last fall, you go get a permit from one of the 8 Fish and Game offices and get out there, you know. So that, my comment. And the other one I want to make a quick comment on is to lengthen the wolverine hunting and trapping seasons. And this is by 1 month. So I was in, I would say maybe, I think it was about 70 miles up the river, and you start seeing the activity of these animals moving around. You know, they're getting ready to mate, so they're moving around, and you can tell the trap which is female and which is male. And you know, I went for a little ride up the river, and then I went for a walk down the river, and there were 2 different tracks. One was a female going the same direction, going south, and maybe not too long later, the male came out about 1.5 miles above that female, and he's heading the same direction. So if you run into these animals by chance and they're out of season, you have a good chance to get them. You can't. Maybe that's the intended of the proposal. And like any other fur-bearing animal, you get too late in the spring, you get into their mating season, then their hair is not as firm and thick and that sort of thing, the way it should be early winter when it's 30, 40 below. So anyway, I just want to make a comment on that, the reason why we're being in support of that one. And as far as those, the advisory committee business goes, you have maybe 3 or 4 out of each village in our AC area. Well, I don't know how this works, but you have a smaller population of people and they give you 2 seats. But yet we're still short by 1 because you see other villages that has 4 votes and we have only 2. So maybe that'll work for the betterment of, for me anyway, out of Kaikouk. It would be great to have 1 more seat so we have a voting member seat in there. Then, of course, you have the alternate, you know, that works, seemed to work too. So anyway, I don't want to get too far into that.
I have a, going back, you know, it's a Middle Yukon Advisory Committee report. So on the, it was on new business for her discussion on Amber Road environmental impact statement. But anyway, I wrote, this is my notes from that, you know, I was worried about, and we talked about a little bit about the laws and regulations changed. Once that road is established from one end to the other, which is 300 to 400 miles, people don't realize that, I'm sure that you know as well as any time you change things, everything else has to change along with it. So my concerns were about the laws and regulations on the corridors of this road, on each side of this road. It possibly will allow more hunters, more guides, and you know, the regulation, maybe we don't know the regulation and how it's going to go unless it is being written already as right now. I don't know, the road is not in, but I'm sure that all regulations from 0 miles to 300 to 400 miles, that whole thing on each side of that road, the laws and rules and regulations will change, and we don't know what they are. That's what scares me about this road. I just wrote unless it's being worked on already. And this, once that road is in, it's going to scare me. Then I talked about the migration of the game, and then I go back to again say we're going to protect this moose and stabilize our area, which every vicinity should do throughout the whole state of Alaska, is protect and manage their moose in their areas. Whether people are coming in, killing them or what, keep those numbers as you know, what they taught you, your parents. Why don't you listen to your parents or whatever? I don't know. There's ways that you do stuff. If it's this, you do it, you know? I don't know. And then I just had a little question, one little thing. This was on my personal, but it is, you know, anytime you go out there and fly a plane, and which gets me in their sheep hunting, you're flying planes around these hills looking, you know, days, right, from what I heard, right up to the date that you, day before the hunt, and then you're going there and the next day you're legally to hunt. But when you fly planes around areas and you fly planes around our wolves, those things, they're smart. They're very smart. The wolves, once they know an airplane, they used to hunt them a long time ago. Once they hear airplanes in there, they'll move to heavy areas, wooded areas, and that make it tougher for me, so. And another thing that came up, I'm just remembering all the stuff as it goes. Even during the meeting yearly, we bring up, you know, that a person that out there with hunting and trapping in our areas, and he belongs to one of your businesses, one of your management areas, and causing little issues there. We talk about it, but it doesn't go anywhere. And we were told that you don't have no proof in them, but we do have proof of that plane. One that was on the ground, skinning that moose, had 3 airplanes there. I thought there was only 1 plane, but now there was 3. The guy had pictures of it, and we were told, you don't know what you're talking about and all this stuff. But now that they pissed me off in there, I will find it and bring it back and make something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. If that's your testimony, then questions from board members. Dave?
Thank you, Percy and Tom. On the Ambler Road, you know, right now it's being built by Ada, as you know, and it's not going to be open to the public for a while, but just like the Hall Road, eventually it will be. So I would suggest you really pay close attention and then bring those issues back to our board as far as your concerns about a corridor.
Okay, so why I'm bringing it to you now, I don't want that road in there, so we don't have to talk later on.
Well, I understand that, but it's still a possibility. So if it does happen, please stay on top of that and bring those issues back
Yeah,
up.
that's the reason I'm talking, and can you answer me a question? So once that road from 0 miles to the 300 or 400 miles to wherever it's going, all these rules and regulations will change, would they? For that corridor? You know, whether it's 5 miles off the road, 10 miles off the road, on each side of that road, I know you guys have a responsibility, and you know, I'm not a stupid person. I've been on this for a long time, and I know that that's what scares me. That whole thing is gonna change, and I don't wanna see 1,000 guides up there and no more countries, because you already got all our fish, you're getting all our moose, road, and then we're being crowded, and it kind of, don't crowd somebody, don't corner anyone, so, because funny things come out, so anyway. I don't know.
Stosh? Go ahead, you can.
Yeah, so the road is going to be a private access road for the mining company. It is not a public access road. You're right, someday down the road, it could be, but that's probably a long time into the future. So, at that point in time, controlled use areas and all those other things that come up with the Hall Road could be employed there. But I want to make it clear that right now, the Ambler Road is being designed as a public access, and not as a public access road, as a mining development road.
So when I put right here at the end of my thing, unless it's all being worked on, so it is already being worked on right now. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not a public access road that's being currently designed right now.
Yeah, what my point was, all the rules and regulations will change along that road.
If it ever becomes a public access road, there is a potential that you need to have some changes.
Okay, so some of these things that we're talking about right now, the people need to be aware of, because they don't think they just, when you say, oh, there'll be nothing going on until it's ends. So they don't have no fear of what they're voting on or what they're allowing in your back of your house. So it's just, I always want to make that clear to the people that I work for and protect.
Thank you. Stosh, have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Tom and Percy, for your AC's testimony. I'm just checking my notes here, and I just want to double check with you guys about, I think it was Proposal 50, the Martin proposal, the season extension. Is that the one you had four of your AC people abstain on?
Excuse me, can you repeat your question again?
Yeah, through the chair, I think it was Proposal 50. You guys, your AC took action on the Martin season extension, and I think you noted that you had 4 people from your AC abstain. For that vote.
Okay, maybe I can answer to that. There was a little bit of misunderstanding, I think, and with the discussion we had, they didn't feel like, you know, if they should go this way or that way. And so, to me, it's like, if you were born and raised out there and doing the trapping, you'll understand that animal. And if you go out there, like I did during the month of February, and preparing my path for beaver trapping, then you see the activity of the marten. So that's the reason why I made that statement earlier. And if you're unsure if you're doing right in this particular case, then I believe that's why there's 4 abstentions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'm just curious regarding the use of infrared optics for predator management. I guess the question is, I heard you say loud and clear that it costs the state a lot to go out and do predator management. It seems like a high expense, and this seems like it would be a way to decrease the cost of some of those programs by using night optics for at least the taking of those species. I guess, have you factored that into your decision framework? I understand that you may not be able to use, once a hunter has that, they're gonna be tempted to use it in other areas, but we have regulations designed pretty carefully around, you have to use certain caliber for certain species, a variety of other things. So even though you might have a very low caliber gun, you still have to have a higher caliber gun for some species. So I'm just curious what your line of reasoning was to oppose that addition to that gear type to help people do the management of predators on the landscape.
Our deep concern was that once you allow a night vision scope, and then you say for bear predators, but you know darn well that's not gonna happen. You're gonna have moose shot during the moose season with those night vision if it's not already happening, and I don't want a moose shot and running back in the woods and they say, oh, we'll go find it tomorrow. There's a lot of things that concerns me that to have night vision scope out there and doing this sort of stuff. I mean, it will happen. You have people firing at night, you know, who's on the other side of there? There's people around the bend or whatever. I'd like the people safe, and then I just don't like that idea that for that night vision scope. I mean, if, you know, the Lord made the nighttime hours to sleep and the daytime hours to hunt, so I don't know. Maybe you can have it in other areas, but please do not allow that in 21D.
Okay, go ahead on our other guy.
Okay? Yeah, anyway, that proposal, you know, I'll tell you something here. I was maybe about 90 miles up the Kaikouk River and from Kaikouk. So I had a friend of mine over from the Galena area, and he wanted to camp out, so we camped out, and it was about maybe 11, 12 o'clock at night, and he said he heard some moose across the river. So anyway, I looked at him, I told him, you know, I never did do any nighttime hunting before, ever. And I asked him the same thing. He said, no. I told him, so what do you want to do here? We're still, you know, sitting up. He said, I'd like to go over there. So I took him over, and when they must have heard us coming over, because by the time we got right that sandbar, we heard a moose, okay? We heard the bulls brushing their horns, but they were all like moving away from that river. And if you're gonna go in there with your high caliber rifle with infrared, or whatever tools you have that is under consideration, I'd prefer open sight myself. And I wouldn't go over there anyway during the night. I mean, what's the point? Unless you're part, you know. But, so anyway, I just don't see any point in this one. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you again for your testimony, Al.
Thank you. Kind of took up some time with Ambler and stuff, but, you know, since you guys and your crews down there in several of those villages have been really cleaning up on the wolves, I seen that this year, and then maybe it was because of the circumstances you were talking about earlier, that there was an emergency order to extend the season in the fall time, like the first week or so of October. I think I remember seeing something. Were you guys able to take advantage of that? And also the winter hunt that I think is just over with, or was just starting in 21D?
Yeah, and I'm thankful for the state to, you know, make this decision on the spot, because that was one, every time anything goes on in that interior, they're always phoning. My phone rings off the hook and try to figure out a way to extend this, and I know the guys, so I asked for it, and it happened, and we did help, and then I personally helped some of those people that didn't get a moose, but not all of them managed, and then going back to the notes, just for clarification, going back to the global warming, and I missed a few little parts about the moose that what I wrote to the, before I went to the AC meeting. The global warming is really affecting us. Why that it had to get an extension, the water was 3-4 feet over the bank in a lot of places, and the hunting made the hunting bad, even for the guided hunters and, you know, people that came in. They went in areas and it's flooded out. The whole place was flooded out. And the snow conditions are bad. The snow conditions are worse right now than any other year that I've seen. So a lot of those, and what happened, I don't know if it was caused by the global warming, but last summer, the water stayed way up, and the water was on the Kaikouk River after the fact that the cows dropped their calves, was 6 feet over the bank and almost Kaikouk to Huslia in a lot of places on the Yukon. So what happened was a lot of those calves didn't make it already through that flood, and then to deal with the predators. So right now, I'm not seeing those numbers of calves anywhere. There was one pair of calves that was survived, but they're close to Kaikouk, so those wolves wouldn't go, you know, too close to town. But there was 2 calves killed right above the bluff right there, and the mother killed, trying to protect them. So they just killed 2 of the calves and the mother. But they, the calf ratio, I think, I don't know if Glenn could answer this, but it's down right now because of those situations.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sure we'll get some information from the department later on. But thank you for your testimony, and if you have one little short point,
one little
otherwise we're going to
short,
go to a break as soon
Yeah,
as you're done.
comment. I was going through the self-report and so forth. I just forget to let the board know that during the moose hunting season, now that's during the fall, if you get up early in the morning, you go out the bank, you listen, you can hear more of the plane activity that's taking place. Not so much as what's going on during the summer, during the winter hours, but once that season open up, then there's more activity. The airplanes are more in numbers, and this is not only around the village, but it's also up the river and cross over in the Cayo area. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, and at this time, we're going to take a short break, come back and get some more testimony before lunch from others, but it was great testimony, but we have lots of other people to get to too. Thank you. So if I could get the members to come back, we'll go back to public testimony as soon as we can here. And
Do you see James?
Dave's here. Ruth is, where's Ruth's in the audience? I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So, missing, okay, everyone's here. We're going to go back on the record now and try to get through some more public testimony before lunchtime. Next person on our list is Rochelle Adams, but I understand that she's left, she's not going to be testifying today. So the next person is Eva Burke.
Good morning. I can't be as entertaining as Percy and Tommy, but
That's good.
yeah. We've got several comments. I'm on the advisory board of Native Movement, so I support all the comments submitted as record copies by Native Movement. I also work for the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission and support the written comments of Tanana Chiefs Conference as they represent the sovereign tribal citizens of the interior region. Also on the Minto Nenana AC, and we will be providing comments later, right before the Fairbanks area. And I also won't get into all the details of the proposals that are in these comments, so I'd like to keep my comments a little bit more general. In our area in Nenana, you know, when I was growing up, we ran a trap line and we lived at fish camp in the summer. And at that time, that was in the 80s, and a person could actually live off the land. There was an abundance of resources at that time. And unfortunately, we just don't see that today. And for us in Nenana, our biggest concern is a lot of our most important resources are in such serious decline that we don't feel that some of the proposals that are submitted are acknowledging the seriousness of that decline, or acknowledging that we have indigenous and local knowledge that could probably really help with some of those declines and start to take proactive solutions to increase our populations and our numbers. And we're not really given an opportunity to include that. And so I'd like to see in this process here at the Board of Game, there is a local knowledge, traditional knowledge report process now at the Board of Fish. I'd really like to see that here at the Board of Game as well, so we can be clear what is traditional knowledge when we're providing it. And so there are several proposals about antlerless moose hunts. That is something that we do not support. We have never supported that. Our people have been coming here for years and saying that they don't support the antlerless moose hunts. And I think sometimes there's some confusion about if they don't support it, will that take away their ceremonial harvest? But it will not. So they do not need to be supporting antlerless hunts. Our people have been saying for years that our moose numbers are in decline. Right now, the latest study in 20B, which is all that we have numbers for. We don't even have numbers for 20C right now. And 20B is down 40% and is significantly below management objectives. And then if anybody is paying attention, you know, we've got several news articles out about the Nenana Tachak agriculture land sale. And I just realized after looking at the reports for Fairbanks area that there hasn't been a moose survey in Unit 20C since 2011. And collectively in that unit, you are reintroducing bison, selling off 100,000 acres of agriculture land, and extending a road. And so we have a lot of concern collectively about what's going to happen to the moose from the cumulative effects of all those actions. And I think that is something to note, to not have a moose count in an area where you're about to put bison and in an area that's about to turn into agriculture, that we really need to have an updated moose count. And we do know from our own local harvest reports that because of the bridge access, a lot more people are utilizing 20C to hunt by road. So I think we're going to see an increase in harvest over the next few years out of that area. Also, we've always been talking about traditional knowledge. Another thing, targeting breeders, whether you're targeting Canadian-bound Chinook, targeting big bulls with the nice antlers, targeting big halibut out in the ocean, those are the breeders. Those are the things that have the best genetics. Those are the things that we like to leave alone so that future population can benefit from that genetic stock. So we're seeing that now. We're seeing that we don't see those big bulls. What we see are little bulls. And just like Percy said, you know, I'm happy for little bulls. Sometimes they're really tender, but lately we're getting them with worms. And I think it's because, one, that they're not getting taught how to deworm themselves, and two, there's impacts from climate change that are making it warmer so that the tapeworms are actually up under their fascial tissue when you go to cut it up. And that's not going to make your wife happy because it doesn't have any fat. And that's what I really like to eat the most. And the meat is very tough. It doesn't have the same flavor. And so that, you know, I think when we're thinking about managing stuff in those units, that we need to be working with the local people. And I just wanted to end that, you know, all of the RACs, the Regional Advisory Councils, had a meeting a couple weeks ago, and we all agreed that for migratory species like salmon and caribou, we really need the feds and the state to work together. And most importantly, we need you to work with our tribes.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing no questions, I think you were very clear with your testimony, and we heard you. Thank you very much. Next is Olivia Irwin.
Hi, Member Burnett. I'm going to ask that Carl Frank sit in with me as I give my testimony.
Okay.
Zan Hazoon, Olivia Sauza, Dehun Danaka Hidle, Hanahi Seasni, Ita A. James Timothy Irwin, Bauza, Ina A. Gretchen Sumter Irwin, Bauza. Hello, members of the board, Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang. My name is Olivia Hanahi Irwin. I am a Nenana Native tribal citizen. I am the co-chair of the Minto Nenana Advisory Committee, and I'm a TCC consultant. I have been asked to provide a statement on behalf of Chief Caroline Ketzler of the Nenana Native Association, and I will begin with that. Quote, our people have a spiritual soul connection with our animals that can't be broken. When they hurt, we hurt. In 20A, our people are being pushed out of our hunting grounds. Moose are being shot and left on the side of the road. There's no respect for the land animals being shown. There is little to no ADF&G present in the area, and this is where our large bulls breed. We know that our moose are being pushed further away, and as we feel this is the start of losing the moose population in Nenana, Nenana Native Association is asking to do a survey in Unit 20A, end quote. Now on to my personal testimony. I returned home 4 years ago to bury my father on the hill above Nenana. Following his burial and procession of vehicles driving down the highway in synchronicity, I found myself driving back across the Nenana River in a very sacred area, known now as 20A. You could feel the warmth of the sun and see the snow melt on the trees. It was a quiet drive back. I had the opportunity to hear my father's voice in the movement of the willow branches, in the trickle of melting snow, and in the caws of the ravens flying above. It's a long drive out 10th Street Road and eventually meets an overflow swamp where we've taught our children to beaver trap and practice throwing rod and reel. I looked over the vast landscape and the colors of the sun meeting the tree line, the quiet of the forest and the sacredness of this place brought peace to my grieving heart. The next year, we began seeing overflow parking along the highway, including empty 20-foot long trailers with chains hanging from the sides indicating the four-wheelers and ATVs are long gone down the road by now. Our boat launch was inaccessible to our people because so many outside hunters flooded into our territory to harvest moose that we as a community have worked so hard to support the healthy growth of. In 2022, road work began to extend the Nenana Tot Jacket Road. As I clicked my turn signal on, I'm prevented from turning down 10th Street by a loader. I turn back and try again the next day. My partner and I go out, we make it past the bridge this time, at which point I roll down my window, hoping to be reminded of those sounds that brought me close to my dad 2 years prior. However, the songs of the lands are drowned out by ATVs and loaders. Looking out at the landscape, my view of willows and berry patches are obstructed by rows upon rows of vehicles parked along a single lane road. There is not a moose in sight. In 2023, we didn't even bother venturing back for beaver trapping in the spring or in moose harvest in the fall. Today, instead of seeking the sweet sounds of my pa's spirit across the Nenana River, I now go to the hill and I sit by his grave. We no longer drive across the Nenana River to hunt in our traditional homelands. Our family now drives a boat to the south side of the river to set up camp to hunt. Last year, my partner was out for 3 weeks. No moose in sight. The opportunity to successfully hunt and ensure our subsistence needs are being met is being taken away from us. When I tell you the hunting pressures within our area are bad, I can only compare it to the one and only time I went sports fishing in my life on the Russian River. You've all heard about combat fishing. What we're experiencing is combat hunting. I urge the state to prioritize subsistence needs and halt the Lower Tanana Wood Bison Project. Our tribes do not support the project, and our communities are already experiencing the loss of customs, language, traditional food sources, and precious community members due to the compounding impacts on our ecosystem. Our people and our lands will not be experimented on. We will stand up against being an experimental population for the sake of the state's agenda. I appreciate the opportunity to share my story today and provide insights on the impacts on our Alaska Native tribes. I want to acknowledge the many tribal advocates, elders, and former chiefs that are sitting behind me today. I will remind the board that the Alaska Native American Indian population makes up 22% of the state's population. We need to see representation of our people, our culture, and our lands implemented in regulation that the board sees. Thank you for your time, Anabase, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Olivia. You did a very good job. Didn't even seem like you were nervous. Sorry to hear about your father's passing. I see when you signed up for public testimony, you had something to say on Proposal 210. Could you tell us what you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you. Our advisory committee will also be going deeper into this, but I would like to provide some personal comments. So the proposed boundary change in Proposal 210 might look like it's not a big deal to many folks looking at it from a regulation standpoint and just a simple boundary standpoint. But the fact is that currently within Unit 20A, our people of the village are able to harvest either a cow or a bull for ceremonial potlatch use as provided by our religious right. However, the proposal is to shift a portion of that Unit 20A, the portion that I was just referring to of our sacred hunting grounds, into Unit 20C, in which only a bull may be taken for ceremonial use. And while our people do not prefer taking cows, oftentimes if that's the only animal that presents itself to us in terms of when we need one for potlatch, it is within our cultural customs to take that cow. So it's important for us to be able to have the right to take either among our village so that we can ensure that religious freedom. Thank you, Albert.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate your testimony and your knowledge of the local area. That new road that was put in, because when I go by like the A-frame and I see all those vehicles and trailers, that's probably what you're talking about. What's that road for and who built it? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I know that Eva Burke is a good person also to ask maybe offline about this in some deeper detail. But I know that there is a state agricultural land sale going on back 10th Street right now. Parcels have already been sold, development has already began, and so the extension of that road was for that purpose. The Nenana Native Association and the city got it halted. There wasn't, the intention was to go all the way back to the Kantishna River, and we were able to get it halted partially. But as my understanding is, that road predominantly is in order to provide access for that land sale.
And, well, and wasn't there initially some oil and gas exploration? Is that the same road we're talking about?
Mr. Burnett, could I call Eva Burke to come and answer that question?
Yeah, so just a quick
Just real
question.
quickly, appreciate it.
What, are you afraid you're going to get chewed out? No, I'm kidding. Yes, they did have oil and gas back there. That road was initially built to access Doyon's oil and gas, so there's even a drilling pad out there. But from what I understand, it was a dry hole. And so our former tribal council and the city of Nenana did build the bridge. I think that's what you're getting at. And we since have taken a different position on the bridge.
Okay, that really helps. Thanks so much.
Seeing no other questions from board members, thank you for your testimony. Next person on the list is Carl Frank. He's already there.
Thank you. Just more on that drilling that he brought up. I worked on that exploration job. There was natural gas in there, and I guess the fault line moved, and so in that way, I think we're blessed by the Lord that that fault line moved, or else we would have had all kinds of oil exploration going on in there right now. So, my personal testimony, I got a pen and paper, like a bunch of the men here. You know, I see Olivia with them. But if I start reading off dimensions, it's because I was writing this on my hands and knees, putting on flooring. So, yeah, here we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Board of Game Commissioner, for your time. My name is Carl Frank. I'm the son of Lloyd Charlie and Joyce Frank of Minto. My parents are the descendants of Chief Justin Frank of Minto on my mother's side, and Chief Charlie of Minto on my father's side. Chief Charlie, one of the 10 chiefs in the pictures you see, assembled to fight for the native rights in the early 1900s, 1915 to be exact. My family has generational roots connecting us to the Minto Flat State Management Area. I'm part of one of 4 clans of Minto. I'm Seahue. It's a red clay paint clan. My personal testimony will surround the Prop 178, the reauthorization of antlerless moose hunts in the Minto Flats Management Area. From my observation of hunting Unit 20B, for 37 years I've seen and continue to see a decline in moose numbers. Is it really a decline from the weather, or is it the weather that are really causing these declines? Year after year, we come up with these reports, and they keep telling us it's weather. And I believe that it's over-hunting these animals. If you look at Minto where it's at, it's totally surrounded by, it's either the Elliott Highway, the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, the river systems, the railroad system, and now the Tachagit-Kantishna road system. So we're like totally engulfed by access to this area. And listening to these are just a bunch of notes I've just been jotting down as the meeting goes on, but listening to the meeting, I couldn't help but notice that the argument ain't with the state, but it is with the big game and guide hunters, which bring the state revenue. The majority of the testifiers are game guides, along with most of you on the board have interests or had or still have guiding outfits of your own. That pretty much sums up my testimony. I mean, I got a lot more to talk about, like the difficulty it is for young men like myself to make these arenas. Myself, you know, all week with the TCC and these board game meetings, I had to take a week off of work. It's going to set me so far behind. I got real bad anxiety of how my bills are going to be getting paid. But I think this is the arena I need to be in right now for my people. And I just really like to thank you guys for hearing our testimonies. The cow hunts, I know they're antlerless, But, cow hunts are not preferred, sought after, but we do hunt those if we can't get a bull, a healthy bull. The mothers, they're the bearers of life, and we respect that. So we'd like to keep that in mind. There's a lot of things going on. Like I want to really get into the young men. There's that saying a long time ago, kill the Indian, save the man, and that kind of thing is still going on today, and I see it in myself. I put most of my time into work and into, other things besides trying to hold up my culture, and I hold that really close to myself and my boys, and I just, lately I just haven't been having the time to do any of that. My boys ask me, when's hunting season? I'm ready to go, all that, and I got to tell them, I got to do so much work. I got to put in so much time to do all this and that. It's just, yeah, it's tough for young men to get into these arenas like this, unless if I look around. I don't want to say you guys are old, but but it looks like, to really make these arenas, I have to make a certain age, So sorry, I don't have no, big game outfit. I don't have, I'm just a working class guy. I just, I hunt when I can. I hunt when I have enough money to make enough gas. Barely have enough ammo, so we shoot to kill. We don't target practice, so. That pretty much sums up my testimony. I'd like to thank all you guys for your time. I'd like to thank my fellow AC members, the Minto people that aren't here today. We hold our youth very close to us, and the Minto Lakers went to state, and we hold our youth in most of all of the villages, just like Texas football. We shut down the whole town and take off. So. I'd like to thank the ADF and G staff, Kyle Campbell, Tony Hollis, Jeff Wallace, Alita Trainer, board member Al Barrett, Commissioner Doug Lang, Al Barrett for making some of our ACs and giving us very good info on what's going on, Doug Vincent Lang for attending the TCC meetings, and I'd just like to thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carl. I got to know you over the last couple of years, especially with the Wood Bison Working Group, and yeah, you are a real testament to the younger people. You research a lot of stuff. I see you're on your phone. I can't do that without glasses, but you're diligent in finding things and bringing it up, and you're doing a very good job coming here. But one question, when it came to ceremonial harvest, let's say in the last couple of years, have you been able to find bulls, to do that?
It is pretty difficult, like even with the general hunts, with the decline of moose, there's so many of us that haven't even gotten moose. I was blessed this year. I didn't get a moose last year, and I'm a pretty good, I'm out there most of the time, and I didn't get moose last year. This year, I was out there pretty much the whole time too, and I was blessed with a moose. But I split that with a family member. I just straight up gave him half. He was out there longer than me. He was, we seen him every day. He was out there, and I gave him half my moose, and it just. And for the ceremonial hunts, it's kind of hard to, find and see moose, and so it's like whatever we can get right now. And yes, thank you. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Ryan has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Carl, I'm going to follow up with Al a little bit. I've only gotten to know you a little pretty recently, and you just said something again that reaffirms my thought process. Your boys see you share that moose, and they see you out there working, and you're here for your community, and they see that too. So you're doing a really good job, actually, and it's been a privilege to get to know you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, and no additional questions. I just want to comment that, all of us old people, we started out young too. And we went through the same, all went to the same things. So,
Thank you. Another thing too, I'd like to shout out to my, to the women behind the men here. I'm all dressed up today. My wife, she said, I woke up with anxiety to speak in front of you guys today. I was like, I have to go up there in front of nice suits and all that. She said, heck with that, you're gonna go up there looking good too, so, thank you.
and I appreciate that. Thank you, and we'll go on now to Charlie Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, thank you, council members, commissioner, staff. Appreciate all your hard work. I know this is a long, grueling meeting, and I appreciate your time. I want to talk about moose in the corridor of the Yukon River. Today, I grew up in Tanana, between Tanana and Rampart, hunting, and I've seen a lot of change with all of our resources, be it salmon. When I was a kid, the salmon were so thick we could see them coming up the river, jumping in front of the school. It's not like that no more. We can't have one, no king salmon. So right now, in the Yukon Flats, 25D West, there's low density. And through the federal permit system, they have a local hunt only because of the low density. And that low density, it runs on down through the corridor, through Rampart area, Tanana area. You can see the hunt permit, the kill counts is really low and been really low for a long time. Throughout my life, as long as I can remember, there's hundreds and hundreds of boats going from the Yukon River Bridge crossing downriver. And a lot of killing going on. I also have a cabin in the Nowitna Wildlife Refuge in the old village of Callens that was given to me by my grandma. As a young man, I started trapping down there. We see on the tip of every island in the Red Willows, you could see from 3 to 30 moose. On every island, there's moose. And now I can go 100 miles on my Snogo and maybe see 3 tracks. So there's a low density of moose on the corridor. And some of the areas further down up the Kaikuk River, down towards the mouth, they got good moose population. They did a moratorium at the mouth that really worked well and exploded their moose population. So guess what's in the back of my mind? We need to slow down the hunting along the corridor. I know everybody needs to eat, but when only 2 and 3 and sometimes no moose being shot in the local villages along in 20F, and I got numbers here from 2019 to 23 hunters in 20F, 164 hunters per year average, harvest 33 kills per year. Well, that's not on the river. That might be in the mouth of Hess Creek. That's a good bunch of moose in there. So a lot of the kills are in certain areas, but a lot of people in the village, they can't access a long ways off. So I've been trying to, since I have a good boat and a camp down in the Nowitna Wildlife Refuge, I've been hunting in Nowitna, just so the locals have a better chance. And that also has gone from riches to rags in just a term that the moose population was great 15, 20 years ago, but now you hardly see any tracks in there. Have to hunt hard for a little bull. Last time I was there 2 years ago, I hunted for 15 days, and I think it was maybe a couple of days longer than that, but finally found a little bull, which was good eating. I'm just saying that it's really hard to find moose. In the 25C, 2019 to 23 hunters, 324 average, harvest 65 per year. Game units 20C, 20F, 25C, low density moose population for the most part don't get surveyed. Harvests and efforts are monitored in these units, and there's no antlerless moose hunts. And so there's the proof right there. This is you guys' information. I got this offline. So there's the proof there that we need something to happen, either a local hunt only for a few years or some kind of moratorium to where we can help these populations come back. I like to see everybody get a moose also, but we need to start managing with uncertainties. The climate. I hunted for Eva Burke's partner I hunted for the father's potlatch in the Toss Jacket area. That's a bull only. So I hunted there for 10 days hard for a moose for potlatch. I seen maybe 3 cows. That was right after the hunting season, so those moose were still running from all the traffic out there. So I eventually had to go over to the Elliott Highway, which I had on my permit to hunt for that potlatch, and I hunted there for a day and a half, and I gave up. It snowed 16 inches the second morning, so I was four-wheel drive, barely making it up North Hill, heading back towards Fairbanks from Manly. I stopped in Minto, and then on the way back, right past around 83 Mile, I spotted some ears in the burn up there ways off, and the moose didn't move. It gave me 15 minutes to determine whether it was a cow with a calf or not, and that matters to me. We don't just go out and shoot any cow for a potlatch. I want you guys to know that. We try to make sure that it's not a big old cow plumb full of babies and that don't have a calf with it. We really try to protect the cows and do the best we can for the ceremonial harvest. I just want you guys to know that it's dear to our hearts. And I like Tommy. I'm gonna say I have a lot to say, but I'll make up for it in my I'm the chair of the AC, also the Tanana Rampart Manly, so I'll make up for it. If you have any questions, I could take some right now.
Any questions? Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Charlie. Do you have an idea, or maybe what the elders are saying, on what's keeping the moose population in your area from increasing?
Well, we had some really good burns in the area, and it did booster a little bit to where we maybe got 5, you know? But there's a lot of traffic, and I think that we have a little bit of a shift going on. It's a cycle in my mind. The caribou came all the way from Canada all the way back to the Eureka, the Big Minook Valley right there the other year, and so I think there's a change, there's a shift. There used to be a lot of caribou in the interior, mostly all caribou and no moose. So it was 100 years since those caribou came back to Rampart. They wanted to cross to go into the Bricks Range, that Eureka Rampart side of the Elliott Highway there, and the Big Minook Valley and the contributaries to it are chock full of caribou moss, 3 different kinds. When the leaves fall off, the hills are white with it. So that's where they need to go, but they got so much pressure stopping them from migrating properly. With all the hunting going on, just being blocked, you know, the Hall Road, the Elliott Highway, it's really tough. If you give me 1 second to tell you that the industrial road that went up to the Alyeska pipeline along the Hall Road, the porcupine herd, since the 1970 when the Hall Road was built and the pipeline was put in, porcupine herd crossed twice only. The first year after it was built and then last year. So now they just butt up against it and then they go back. So the road has it's not the pipeline. You can see it up north. They mingle all around it and they don't mind the pipeline. It's the traffic. So again, there you go to the Ambler Road. The people in the Kaikouk River and the villages those villages are staged strategically for the migration to come to them because they didn't have high-powered snow machines and jet boats and ATVs to go out and get, to find these animals. So these people are having a hard time. This year was a cold year. People have to decide whether to buy food, gas, or electricity. There's we're to the point of no other means for some places that don't even have a general store. So we got to really start thinking about managing to uncertainties. And the caribou herds with the climate and the loss of some huge numbers in some caribou herds. If you say you got 1,000 animals you can harvest, let's add a little uncertainty to it and say maybe 750 or 500 we could take. Let's leave these here for uncertainty. We got to sustain the herds if we want to keep hunting. You got all these guides wanting to hunt. We want to hunt. Let's start managing a little more with uncertainty and trying to do the best we can. We need to do better as humans before we start shooting eagles and taking too much predators out, because even the wolves take sick animals out of herds, moose and the wormy ones and the limpers. So they're necessary to a point. But I see predator control needed where there's high density of wolves and the numbers of animals are going down, but they don't last long either. When the caribou and moose go down, so do the wolves. It's just, they don't have nothing to eat, then what they're gonna do? And thank you for the question.
No, thank you, Charlie. That was
Any
very
other
good. Thank
questions?
you.
Any other questions? Not? Are we going to hear from you again?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your time. Respect you all. Thank you for your hard work.
Okay, Jeffrey Callison.
Morning. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Collison. Appreciate Chairman, board members. I'm here today to just speak on Unit 26. I'd be in favor of proposal 154, 155, either or, and 168, 169. Was concerned with the closure in January over in the Western Arctic herd. I think that as the board makes its decisions, the consequences that can occur from each decision obviously have a trickle-down effect. You're going to see a large push over into Unit 26B now for both resident and non-resident hunters that live outside of the local area. The accessibility of the haul road's gone up considerably in the past decade, but it's still not that accessible without human modi. Anybody can walk out 5 miles. Anybody can bow hunt the haul road. Most people just don't want to. There's still only one accessible point with a boat. There's multiple accessible points with aircraft, but they do cost money. Most residents don't necessarily want to pay that to use that in that realm. And it's a short season run, considering 6 weeks for non-residents, and even residents that hunt it typically only hunt it for a little over a month. I don't see many people up there in the winter going out and hunting it. So you will see an influx of people in the coming years, and especially north of the Brooks Range there, where you have the Central Arctic herd coming through in mid-August and September. The herd's increased in size since it's low in number. It's up to what Fish and Game considers its manageable number. The two proposals hopefully will help keep it there. We know that caribou go in their cycles. It'll more than likely be up for a couple of years, and then it'll start to fall off again. That's a normal event. So I would just encourage the board in the future to look at that. I know public comment can be given. I know not everybody gives public comment, but in the past 2 decades, obviously the hunting pressures increased in one particular area. Unit 26B is a fairly large unit, but its availability for animals accessible is limited. When you come to the interior, you have roads. You have a lot more access points to be in a river. You have multiple use river vehicles. You can fly a plane. There's landing strips kind of all over. I know Cubs can land just about anywhere, but they typically don't. Fuel's more expensive up there. So it limits some of the resources, but the road itself is frequently used. There's a lot more road traffic than there used to be. As they continue to improve the road, there's a lot more road traffic. So that's really all I have to speak on in that realm. So if there's any questions.
Questions from board members? So to clarify, you're concerned about additional hunters coming to your area because they've been displaced from other areas. Is that correct?
So when the Federal Subsistence Board closed a couple of years ago, we saw the hunter population double the following year. I imagine it'll double this year. I do run a business up there that transports. Since January, I've had 300 phone calls for transportation services from the closure that occurred in January. Yeah, you're going to see it. You're going to see it happen.
Right, okay. That's what I want to clarify, Dave.
Thank you. And to follow up on Chairman Burnett's question, are these folks that you're getting inquiries from and what you're saying, they mostly residents or non-residents or combination of both? Because I know that both were affected by the Federal Civil Board closure.
Through the chair, yeah. So it's about a 2/3 to 1/3 ratio. 2/3 being non-resident and 1/3 being resident. That's typically what we see. I know that in Unit 26, with the exception of the two northern villages, the majority of the caribou harvested out of the Central Water Corridor are from non-residents. So.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. So are you concerned about overcrowding on the rivers or over-harvest?
Through the chair, I'm concerned with the overcrowding. We saw it last year immensely, in fact. There didn't necessarily used to be a lot of people on the river. There's quite a few residents. As time went on, it increased a transporter, another transporter. There's one guide that runs the river, and then the rest out of that area are fly-in, typically out of the Happy Valley there, and they tend to range farther. Arrowhead Operators runs out of there as well, but they are float plane, and so they tend to range on the far outskirts of the road itself. You'll see the boat launch. There's one sanctioned boat launch for everything north of Coldfoot, and everything coalesces right there. It's also the only two rivers that head to the east that allow you to go past the 5-mile corridor to hunt with a rifle. So you're kind of stuck when it comes to the accessibility point, and that definitely, people are going to go where they can travel. So it gets used a lot.
Just to follow. So it looks like the real issue may be in the future that it's going to be competition between commercial transporters and those who aren't.
So we've seen that definitely increase. There's also, one of the newest things I've seen is as motorized technology increases, so does accessibility. We get better at making things to go farther and cheaper, and so typically that river was a little bit harder to run with the watercraft that existed previous to, say, the past 5 years, and there's a new mode of transportation that's allowed a lot of resident public to be able to access those areas. And so there's an increase in residents that are using that. It's a big area. All of Unit 26 is a large area. It's all huntable. It just depends on I guess, how you want to get there. That's the bottom line, is how you want to get there.
All right, thank you. Good testimony.
Ruth?
Out of all those non-residents that you have coming up, do you have many ecotourists coming up and floating the rivers?
Through the chair, I do not personally. I have taken some research through NOAA. I've taken them up the rivers, and they've done some research. But ecotourism, that particular river in question, in order to really get a good representation to float it, they typically fly in to the southernmost portion and then float out. I know that that's increased. I've heard that from quite a few of the pilots, that the ecotourism has increased. But personally, me, no. I haven't taken an ecotourist yet.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
Thank you. Do you work out of Happy Valley? Is that where you're based out of?
No, through the chair. I work north of Pump 2. It's the 366.5. It's the sanctioned boat launch there. Happy Valley is airstripped. And as far as I've seen in the past, I don't remember ever seeing a boat really run south of Pump 2. They're float hunters that do come down there, but they're still within the 5-mile corridor. So it'd be a bow-only scenario for them.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
Good? All right. Thank you, guys.
And at this time, I think we'll go to Robert Fithian. Do a couple more before lunch.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Game members, my name is Robert Fithian. My current place of residence is Hollis, Alaska. As always, it's an honor to come before you, before what I consider the most democratic process of wildlife conservation in the world. I'm a conservationist, a professional guide, rancher, miner, and grandfather to 17 Alaskan grandkids. And I've held leadership representations within these Alaskan ways of life. For 11 years, representing the Alaska Professional Hunters Association, many years by appointments from several governors to a Subsistence Resource Commission, 2 terms by appointment from Joint Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture within a White House Wildlife and Hunting Heritage Conservation Council, where my personal seat was to represent America's hunting industry in relation to wildlife conservation. I presented many presentations by invitation throughout North America at international wildlife symposiums or similar events about Alaska's wildlife conservation programs. But more specifically, a number of presentations titled Predator and Prey Relationships in Alaska. My focus has always been to be the voice for the heartbeats of the wild things in the wild places, those that have no voice of their own in this most often human combative arena, and to help for all people who depend upon or enjoy the results of stewardship for what many of us feel is Alaska's most treasured natural resource. I've been guiding hunters within 19C for over 40 years. On most years, I provide the McGrath AB with unique summary of wildlife range conditions. I hold this experience dear. I would trade it for no other and fully intend to die continuing on sharing this way of life or fighting to protect it. Its contributions to Alaska are significant. I'm here to support proposal number 62, as well as similar proposals 55, 60, 61, and 65. I oppose proposals 82, 83, 85, 86, 88, 91, and 92. Regarding IM and 19C, all primary prey species are in low-density equilibriums and have been for many years. There's been a couple of hard winters. Just as a comparison, from 1983 to 2022, we harvested a total of 5 wolves. During 2023, we harvested 6 wolves. I'd like to take you back to what I call BBI, before the ballot initiatives of the late 1980s or early 1990s, which stripped ADF&G from being effectively able to manage wildlife by the constitutional enshrined guidelines of maximum benefit, utilized, developed, and maintained on a sustained yield principle. The first AC meeting I attended was in 1983 in McGrath. The Wien, Alaska terminal was packed with participants and there was barely any standing room. There were no heightened issues or concerns, just a robust meeting representing the results of our constitutionally mandated wildlife management guidelines and the resulting healthy wildlife populations. There were multiple air taxis, meat processors, bed and breakfast, hotels, guides, transporters, stores, and in general, the results of what our founding fathers wanted us to achieve and have, the results of prudent stewardship. We had hard winters back then as well, but prudent management in keeping with optimum habitat carrying capacities always provided for adequate sustained yield. And the divisions over fighting for what is left of declining resources did not exist. By the mid-90s, we are headed into what I term as post-ballot initiatives and the beginning of LDE that has plagued 19C since. We went from conducting 12 hunts a year to 1 or 2, directly related to the ever-increasing numbers of wolves impacting the wildlife populations. That brings us to where we're at today. No robust AC meetings, no air taxis in McGrath, very challenged business owners, and a reduction of over 1/2 of the human population. Our 19C caribou and moose calf survival rarely exceeds 10%. Of the, say, 10% that do survive, 90% of those survivors will never see one of their offspring survive to be of recruitment age. Add or take away a couple of points either way, and that's where we are at and have been for many years. This is a far cry from anything relative to stewardship or our management mandates. The only relief we have seen in this implementation is after the implementation of the 19D East Predator Management Program. Caribou and some moose from 19C trend away from the mountains, and during late fall, early winter, out into the main valley of the Kuskokwim and into 19D East, and some wolves follow them out and are harvested accordingly. If it were not for the annual harvest, 19C would be held in very low density equilibrium to some reprieve by wolf population fluctuations according to disease or starvation. Important species of willows, sedges, grasses, lichens are healthy within this region, although some change is occurring. Healthy, unutilized ungulate habitat is commonplace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for all your years and years of service and volunteerism for the state and all the commissions and stuff that you were on. When it comes to, you were supporting intensive management, do you notice coyotes, are a lot of coyotes in your country, in that country, or are they up in the hills, in the mountains, or?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, coyotes don't like to live with wolves. So anytime we have some low cycle in wolf, which is typically due to disease or starvation, we will see a small pickup in coyotes. But as soon as the wolf numbers come back, the coyotes are gone. Make no mistake, the coyotes have impact on sheep, on lambs. They hunt, they often hunt, and I have seen them many times. They learn how to hunt sheep, and they're good at hunting sheep. They work barren landscapes. They learn to surprise the ewes and lamb groups from above, and they cut down through the rocks so fast that they look like a blur. And the whole goal is to separate younger class animals or even an older class animal on the steep ground from the rest of the band. And they get the ones that don't follow the others up the hill typically. I've seen it many times, and coyotes have a pretty big impact on our sheep population when they're there. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to go on with your testimony on behalf of your business?
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and board members, my name is Robert Fithian. I live in Hollis, Alaska, and I'm representing Taiga Resources Conservation, a management and consulting firm specializing in conservation-based natural resource industry support. I'm here to support proposal number 62 as well as the similar proposals. Regarding 19C, ADF and G management plans for big game species except bison are similar and reflect management guidelines for continued subsistence use, guided, unguided, and resident hunting opportunity. The Alaska Native people from this area are the Chinook Hawatna, the Upper Kuskokwim people. Their Native Alaskan language is distinctly related to this region and is one of 11 identified Athabaskan languages. For centuries, people from Lake Minchumina to Lake Clark would gather during the late summer and fall to hunt and gather along the base of the range at a tributary called Kachena Creek. There's a high mountain lake there, or a high mountain there called Trimokish, which can be seen from both Lake Minchumina and Lake Clark. There's a Doyon cultural site marker at this location near the historic Silvertip camp. And I've seen up to 17 families from the Upper Kuskokwim gathered there at Silvertip, enjoying their customary and traditional way of life, as many generations have before them. The most complete written works about the region and its people is titled The History of the People of the Upper Kuskokwim Who Lived in Nikolai and Talita by Raymond Collins and McGrath. There's over 70 references of dependency of 19C captured within these works. During 1898, USGS geologist Spur led an expedition that ascended and then descended the Alaska Range to the Upper Kuskokwim, and the first evidence of human activity that Spur and his party found on the west side of the range were well-used hunting camps and human trails along the headwaters of the South Fork. During the past and current century, people from the Upper Kuskokwim engaged in the professional guiding industry by working for other guides within this region or using the knowledge gained in this work to start and operate their own businesses. It's been beneficial for the financial remuneration, but also the vast majority of the meat harvested is retained by their guiding businesses and shared within their local communities. It's important to note that this sharing of harvest within this local within the local communities and residents is an important, long-time, customary, and traditional practice. The professional guide industry from this area, beginning in the late 1950s, shared much of its harvest within the local communities as well. And from my end, from the 1980s and well into the 1990s, it would take me 2 full days of distributing our annual fall harvest to the needy people of the Upper Kuskokwim. Again, this is a long-established customary and traditional use. The most recent subsistence survey for this region was conducted in cooperation with Donlin Gold, and it depicts limited subsistence use within 19C. For the record, and this is important for you, this is directly related to the success of the 19D East Predator Control Program and the resulting abundance of game within 19D as opposed to the low-density populations that have plagued the traditional use of 19C. Also note that the winter subsistence hunt for Dall sheep in 19C has been closed. I'll say this for the board and for the department, it would be prudent to explore the ability to add Dall sheep to the IM programs in regions where they fit. One factor that I want to do my best to help you understand is predator stress. I don't believe the science world understands this near enough. This factor weighs extra heavy on prey populations held in LDE by predation, as these prey species have to live in more protective habitats rather than their preferred habitats. They move into winter with less body fat and higher stress levels. These factors have a substantial impact on annual mortality, which compounds significantly during hard winters. Regarding bears and IM predator management in 19C, I do not support baiting of brown bears in this region and do not support the multiple bear harvest limits. If we are successful in implementation an IM program in 19C, I urge the department to closely monitor harvest and be prepared to adjust harvest opportunity. Prior to the ballot initiatives, we are 1 brown grizzly bear every 4 years, harvest limit nearly statewide. I support careful initial liberalization, but encourage close monitoring and adjustment as warranted. It's very sad that the ballot initiatives, primarily funded by outside special interests, have resulted in such a large conservation tragedy for Alaska and our wildlife. I do want to say that most Alaskans love our wolves and understand that they are part of our environment. However, they have to be controlled to allow for healthy overall wildlife populations and for the best interests of the whole, which should be primarily wildlife first. We'll never be able to maintain healthy wildlife populations by managing to view wolves. What hurts many of us is that there is not the same consideration for the heartbeats of the prey species as there is for the predator. In closing, Mr. Chairman and board members, I do believe that closing the Dall sheep hunting season to non-residents in 19C was a deviation from proven science and will not complement annual recruitment. I urge you to reconsider your actions in that manner. And I oppose all sheep draw methods of harvest and reduction of age class proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for that testimony? I'm seeing none. So at this time, first off, I wanted to recognize that Representative Cronk is in the audience and has been here much of yesterday and today. But then we're going to take our lunch break and we'll be back at 1:30. Okay? Thank you. That kind of worked. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order just after 1:30 in the afternoon on March 17th. We're going to start out, we have a couple of ACs that are going to be testifying remotely. First is Brett Gibbons with the McGrath AC. As soon as you're ready, go ahead, Brett.
Nine 075740491. Nine 075740491.
Okay, let's go to Carmen Olvey, and then we'll go back to Brett Gibbons afterwards. She's with the Eagle AC.
Hello, this is Karma.
Okay, Carmen, go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, members of the Board of Game. My name is Chief Karma Olvey from the Native Village of Eagle, and I am the chair of the Eagle Fish and Game Advisory Committee. Thank you for hearing my comments today. I live in Eagle Village, and I am here to tell you that our subsistence needs are not being met. Subsistence should be a priority above all other uses, according to 5 AAC 16.05.258. Our fish and game are declining at a rapid rate, and if this continues, these resources will not be sustainable for future Alaskans. With the continued decline in fishing opportunities and no fishing on the Yukon since 2020, our villages and communities are facing food insecurities and a lack of access to resources necessary to continue our way of life, feed our families, and for cultural practices and teachings. The Yukon Decree signed implementing a 7-year moratorium, although much needed at this time, will affect our ceremonial practices and affect people living along the river. We should be consulted on these decisions that affect our way of life and how we feed our families. We are seeing an influx of non-resident, non-local hunters coming into our area and leaving with large animals during hunting season. This is putting tremendous strains on our moose and caribou populations' ability to rebound, making opportunities to meet subsistence needs more difficult. Instead of killing wolves and predators, we need to reduce the number of licenses and permits that are being sold. We need to make subsistence number one for our state, and so our people living in rural communities and villages can feed their families and provide for themselves. I am also very concerned for the protection of the religious and ceremonial harvest of moose under Alaska Statute 5 AAC 99.019. We need to protect this law and make sure that these resources are sustainable for our culture that has been around for 10,000 years. The Eagle Fish and Game Advisory Committee comments can be found in AC 006. I know you received these in written comments from the Eagle Fish and Game AC, but I would like to go through a few of those. And I think there was some confusion on our part and misunderstanding. The Eagle AC voted to oppose a few proposals related to wolf control in Unit 12, 20D, and 20E. Our AC voted in opposition to Proposal 108 and 109 to allow wolves to be taken in Unit 12 the same day a person has been airborne. Again, I strongly encourage to reduce the amounts of licenses and permits being sold before we start killing predators off. We unanimously oppose Proposal 110 to reauthorize the antlerless moose hunt in 20E. We need to protect the cows and protect the ceremonial potlatch moose. Our community is concerned for the potential closures of ceremonial hunting opportunities due to lack of harvestable surplus for antlerless moose. While there is a current harvestable surplus in 20E, we want to ensure this right for our people to practice our culture for generations. So we need to take care of these antlerless moose populations. Proposal 112, in our meeting, I feel there was some confusion with this proposal, as we did not want to oppose limiting non-resident hunters of the 40-mile caribou herd, since the numbers are low. I'm not sure what the confusion was at the time, but off the record, I spoke with our AC members, and we do support limiting non-resident hunters and guiding. We need to cut back on the amount of animals being taken and put subsistence needs a priority. Proposal 114, we support with an amendment to allow proxy hunting for elders only. We have an elding population in rural Alaska, and we need our elders to be able to eat the food that is healthy for them. If they are not able to hunt, we need our younger people to be able to provide for them. Proposal 115, require hunters taking 40-mile caribou to gut the animals in the field. This is out of respect to the animal. If you are truly hunting for the food, you need to have respect for the animal and care for it in a responsible way. This is gutting it in the field and taking care of the meat. Proposal 122, we also did oppose this was another one that we had confusion on. Proposal 122, we also did oppose lengthening the wolf hunting season in Unit 12 and 20E by approximately 6 weeks. We know that the fur that late in the summer is not of high quality and cannot be used for sewing and making things, so these animals would be killed for nothing but to kill them. So those were my comments for today, and thank you for hearing my concerns, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Questions for Karma? Dave?
Thank you, Karma. Hey, this is Dave from one of the board members. I have a question. Do most of the moose hunters in your area, do they drive to Eagle, then put in the boat launch and then go downstream, or do they stay local there?
Most of them do come into Eagle. We have people really all camped out along the roads and stuff coming to Eagle, and then there is quite a few that come and launch at our boat launch and go downriver. Yes.
Additional questions for Karma? Go ahead, Dave.
And thank you. This is Dave again. Just remind me, the caribou that are around Eagle, those are 40-mile caribou, and I know sometimes they actually cross the Yukon River. Is that pretty common that they go all the way across and then come back again, or is that just kind of a rare occurrence?
They have been for the last few years. Yeah, they do. Not in huge numbers, but they normally do cross, and it is the 40-mile caribou herd.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Karma. That was a really good testimony for your AC. I just want a clarification on 114, or maybe heard some more of the discussion from the AC. You asked to have it amended to elders only for the proxy hunt for caribou in 20B, D, E, F, and 24C. I was curious, did you guys discuss, people that may have, got an injury before the season, or widows or disabled people, and why you just limited it to just elders?
Well, we actually did talk about, like people that are suffering from cancer or, yes, like injuries and stuff. But with health issues like that, we weren't really sure how you would implement that. So that was something that we were concerned about, because we do have some people in the community that are suffering from cancer and can't go hunting and stuff, and they're going through treatment. So yes, but we didn't know medically, like there's HIPAA and all kinds of stuff. We didn't really know how you guys would implement that.
Okay, thanks, and great testimony. Thank you again, Chief Karma.
Thank you very much.
Any additional questions? I'm not seeing any here in the room, so thank you. And we do have the written minutes from your meeting, and I think
Thank you.
we noted those changes where you did note them.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, it's a little confusing sometimes how they're written and how you oppose and support. So we'll pay closer attention to that in the future. I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much. And so next, we're going to have Brett Gibbons. He's online. Go ahead, Brett.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brett Gibbons, representing the McGrath AC from Upper Kuskokwim region, and I'll be brief. A couple of our proposals that may need slightly more explanation or may not, but the first one is proposal number 60, which would allow aerial wolf control in a portion of Unit 19C, and then it's defined and a map is provided. Along with that, we proposed that there's a positive intensive management finding for moose in Unit 19C. That's proposal 55. So those two kind of go hand in hand. Moose population in part of Unit 19C has been slightly declining. Full cow ratios are changed around. There's been some other regulatory changes out there, and we would like to see that positive IM finding. That being said, for the aerial predator control proposal, I think that there would be, well, not just myself, the McGrath AC unanimously came up with this proposal and voted in support with the hopes that it would positively benefit moose populations in Unit 19C, and then obviously the intangible spin-off result of hopefully a little bit of help with the sheep, caribou, and bison out there also. So that's kind of what we had to say, just bringing that back up to the forefront a little bit with that predator control proposal. This is an area that has not previously had predator control. The adjacent game management unit, subunit 19D East, which borders along with 19C, does have a current predator control program, and we've seen positive benefits from that in the McGrath area with rebuilding of the moose population since that predator control program was implemented. The other proposal that we wanted to make sure and discuss, just because it may seem a little bit odd, is proposal number 66, which allows for some liberalizations and change of hunting season dates and permit requirements in Unit 19D for moose. And we came up with this idea because the department had done bear relocation removal projects in the early 2000s. There was a moratorium in a closed area here for 5 years, and then predator control for wolves kicked in, and the moose population in Unit 19D East rebounded quite nicely, and we wanted to figure out a way to share the benefit of that increased moose population with both liberalized season dates for local area residents, but also make it more feasible for non-local Alaska residents to partake of that increased moose population. Said, as we came up with this proposal, there was a kind of a crash due to a horrible late spring last year, and our moose numbers went down. So we wouldn't want to see that implemented immediately. However, what we would like to see is the authorization of the changes laid out in this proposal, and then the ability of the department to open and close it by EO, and to just have it authorized and on the books, kind of like our antler with moose seasons, and the way those can be turned on and off by the department based on survey results and current data. So we would appreciate the board's support, and think that would benefit all Alaskans that wanted to maybe try an opportunity to utilize this moose resource out here, which was kind of restricted as far as season dates and permit issuances and things. And that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions on those proposals.
Questions from board members? Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brett, for calling in today. What was that last proposal you were just discussing? I didn't quite catch it.
66.
66.
By the McGrath AC.
Got it. And on one more question on proposal 60, you do a lot of flying around. You're out on the landscape quite a bit. Do you see any evidence of coyote predation on like young moose calves?
Ooh, I don't. We do have a few coyote, well, up the South Fork of the Kuskokwim and the areas close to the mountains there's definitely a few more coyotes. And then down here closer to McGrath, there are literally a couple coyotes, but we have not seen, I haven't seen or heard of that yet as being a measurable or noticed issue here.
How often do you see coyotes maybe in the mountains in 19C?
That would be pretty often. I mean, if you went and spent the day flying around there in those drainages, it's highly likely that you'd see coyotes running those wind-blown river bottoms.
All right, thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Stosh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brett, for your testimony for your AC. Quick question about proposal 52, which was the night vision one. Can you share with the board a little bit about how you guys, what your thoughts were on that?
Oh, boy.
That's the one with the night vision.
I remember that proposal, and there was a bunch of discussion that went round and round, and I don't have our notes in front of me. I'm sorry. I'm not real prepared to comment on that. I could talk sheep stuff and bear stuff real good, but unfortunately, I don't remember the exact discussion on that one.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? Seeing none, I think, Brett, you're getting off easy here. Thank you for your.
Yeah, off the hook, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your testimony.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Now we're going to come back to the room, and I think earlier today, I asked Danica Keeler if she was here to testify, and she was. Is she here now? Okay. Missed you this morning, so you're back now.
Thank you all for letting me testify. My name is Danita Kohler, and I live at the base of Macomb Plateau, RC 835 controlled use area for caribou. The purpose of my public comment is to provide time-sensitive situational awareness of a U.S. Air Force proposed action to construct and operate a radar simulator site along the Richardson Highway corridor to include the Macomb Plateau. These radar simulation sites would include vegetation clearing, access road construction, electrical utility development, operation plan development, attendant activities in radar site operation. After construction is completed, the purpose of these sites is to improve 5th and 6th generation aircraft training. The local community of Dry Creek was notified of this proposal this past week. We subsequently contacted the State of Alaska wildlife biologist responsible for managing RC 835 caribou hunt, who was not aware of this proposed action. Various federal, state, local, tribal entities cannot realistically provide technical comments to help the U.S. Air Force achieve its mission of developing radar simulation sites in the next 20-plus business days. Public notice was allowed for 30 days. We just received that last week. This is particularly important as it relates to the critical caribou calving area on the Macomb Plateau. Regardless of whether caribou declines are natural or man-made, small satellite herds of caribou, such as the Macomb Plateau, population 600 to 800, provide not only important local and traditional hunting opportunities, but more importantly, on the broader issue of population declines, these small herds may provide vital in repopulating declining herds and acting as genetic reservoirs to help sustain caribou. I would ask whatever action that you can take to bring us forward so that the purpose of my testimony is to ask for an extension so that all entities may properly respond to this opportunity for public comment, which was only given 30 days.
Thank you for your testimony. Doug, do you have anything to say about that?
Have you filed for an extension? Requested an extension from
I
the?
didn't know I could, I'm just
Yeah,
private.
you can. Yeah, you can write a letter for requesting an extension.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, ma'am, for making us aware of it as well, and I'll talk to our Delta Junction biologist about it.
Yeah, any questions, board members? I want to thank you also for coming forward with this. It's not something that's under our purview directly, but it's important that you bring it to the public. So thank you.
Especially since 20 days is nothing.
Right. Thank you. Next person on our list is Cody Fithian.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and testify. I'd also like to thank you for the work that you do listening to and addressing the needs of our state's wildlife populations and user groups. It's a complex and demanding job, but I thank each of you for your time on the board and your willingness to work for the best interests of our state, wildlife, and people. For the record, my name is Cody Fithian. I live in Wasilla, and I am a lifelong Alaskan. I'm a pilot and a registered guide, and have been involved in my family's guiding business for almost 30 years. We have operated in Unit 19C since 1994. In addition to the time I spend in the field guiding in the spring and fall, I'm active in the area throughout the year with my family. I was fortunate to spend a large amount of time there as a kid growing up, and have been able to share that experience with my own kids. The proposals I would like to address today all pertain to Unit 19C. In the last few years, we have seen a significant decline in sheep, moose, and caribou numbers. At the same time, we have seen a large growth in the wolf and bear populations. While the weather, and in particular the winters of 2020 to 22, have played a big part in the ungulate population declines, the weather is something we have no control over, but we can take steps to manage our predator populations, and I believe that will have a lasting positive effect on our moose, caribou, and sheep numbers. To that end, I support and respectfully ask that you consider proposals 60, 61, and 62, which address creating an intensive management plan, an aerial wolf control program, and could allow same-day airborne hunting of wolves during the general hunting season in Unit 19C. I also support and ask you to consider proposals 94 and 95, which lengthen the grizzly hunting season in 19C. I believe that a combination of these proposals, if adopted, would have a significant positive impact on our ungulate populations, as well as increased harvest opportunity of wolves and bears, and in the long run, more harvestable moose, caribou, and sheep for both resident and non-resident hunters. I also support proposals 76, 77, 79, and 81, which would reopen non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C. I believe the full curl management plan is sufficient to keep the huntable ram population stable with proper stewardship from guides and Alaska resident hunters. That's all the comments I have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Cody. This is your first time at a Board of Game meeting?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, you're doing a wonderful job. Have you, since you spent a lot of time in 19C, have you actually seen or think you've seen an increase in grizzly bear population out there?
We have, especially in the last 4 to 5 years.
And what about coyotes?
I remember more coyotes in the late 90s, the early 2000s. We would have packs that we could hear howling and, barking at night. We don't see that as much anymore. We do see them, but they're not as prevalent.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Any additional questions, comments from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It's consistent. Thanks. Our next presenter is Mark Richards, and I believe he has a presentation that he's going to set up, so it's going to take just a few seconds for it to get all set up. And you're going to give personal testimony and testimony on behalf of the resident hunters of Alaska, is that correct?
Yes, I'm going to give the RAC testimony first, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and the presentation goes with yours or with the RAC?
It goes in my personal testimony.
Okay, so you can go ahead with the RAC testimony at this time, thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner. Thank you for being here, department and agency staff. For the record, my name is Mark Richards. I'm the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska. We're a hunting conservation organization of approximately 3,500 members from across the state, and our primary focus is ensuring that future generations of Alaskans have the same hunting opportunities we have today. Our written comments are PC 9.2, and I'm going to speak to the proposals that we've submitted to the board. Proposal 112 asks to limit all non-resident 40-mile caribou hunters to Zone 2 only. We submitted this proposal because the 40-mile herd has declined. We are not meeting the IM harvest objective, and we have concerns that will go the route of the Nelchina herd, which is now closed to hunting. And with the Nelchina herd closed, it's drawing more hunters to the 40-mile herd. Limiting non-residents to Zone 2 only was a compromise with transporters, and we believe this still allows plenty of non-resident opportunity, but leaves the road system open to residents only. Proposal 155 requests an increase in the Central Arctic caribou herd bag limit for residents only. With that herd having rebounded from the crash in 2016, resident hunting opportunities, especially the opportunity to take cows, can now be expanded back to where they were in the past for this intensive management population. We strongly oppose increasing the non-resident bag limit to 2 bulls, which the department has proposed in Proposal 154. We already know that the limits on non-resident hunting of the Western Arctic herd that were enacted at the Kotzebue meeting has led to more non-residents trying to book hunts for the Central Arctic herd. And the transporter issues we currently have will only be exacerbated if the non-resident bag limit is increased. We urge the board not to increase the non-resident bag limit. Proposal 176 was a member-generated proposal. Antlerless and any bull moose hunts should have a clear resident priority. We don't believe non-residents should be allowed to participate in those hunt offerings in the interior. Those hunts should be about allowing residents more opportunity to put food in the freezer. Non-residents have plenty of opportunity in the interior to hunt moose under general season with antler restrictions. Proposal 180 asks the board to make the allocation for the DCA 27 caribou draw permit hunt a 90-10 resident non-resident allocation. At the last Region 3 meeting, we submitted a proposal to do this because the hunt bookers were flooding the draw permit application pool, which was open to residents and non-residents equally, and non-residents were winning 25% of the permits. The board unbelievably amended our proposal to do the complete opposite of what was intended and guaranteed non-residents 25% of the permits. We currently have a proposal before the joint boards that asks for these kind of amendments to proposals that change the intent to not be allowed by the Board of Game. There should never be a caribou draw permit hunt that allocates a quarter of the permits to non-residents, especially with the Nelchina herd closed to hunting and the 40-mile herd in decline. Moving on to our sheep proposals. Proposal 82 is asking you to open up non-resident sheep hunting in 19C again, but to make that a draw hunt with a limited allocation that can be increased when the sheep population rebounds, or design this hunt for non-residents based on a percentage of the overall harvest. Under no circumstances should non-residents again be given unlimited sheep hunting opportunity in 19C, as many proposals are asking for. Proposal 181 asks to put all non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 20A on draw-only hunts with a limited allocation of up to 20 permits. The board has waited too long to take action on unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunities that the board has publicly admitted for a decade and more is causing crowding and conflicts and leads to high non-resident harvest. As our proposal documents, in 2022, non-residents took 66% of the sheep harvest in 20A of a declining sheep population. The direction this is going is similar to 19C, which the board has closed to all non-resident sheep hunting. Put non-residents on a draw permit now instead of kicking the can down the road again. Proposal 144 requests the board to put all non-resident sheep hunters on draw-only permits in Units 24A and 26B when that area is opened up again by the Federal Subsistence Board. We have to start prioritizing all sheep hunts for residents. Unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity in these units is part of the reason feds closed this down. Proposal 158, this is the last one. I'd like to thank Mark Nelson, the area biologist, for pointing out issues with this proposal. We've submitted an RC to clarify our intent with that proposal, and it's RC 15. I hope you all have a chance to take a look at that. We don't understand why the board allows the feds to allocate our sheep to guided hunters in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. In other refuge lands where guides have exclusive concessions, the board allocates our wildlife resources via draw permits. Just a little bit more, Mr. Chairman. We aren't asking to reduce the number of sheep clients that guides with exclusive concessions in ANWR can run. Rather, all we're asking for is for the Board of Game to allocate those sheep at the same current levels under the guide contracts via draw or registration hunts when up to number. In closing, I wanted to thank Christy and board support staff for the work they do. Savannah and Annie here, but I want to give a special shout out to Kyle Campbell. He has gone over and beyond this winter, bringing rural ACs into Fairbanks, conducting multiple meetings in the same day, and he deserves a lot of credit. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. On proposal, I think it was 152, you believed the department's proposing a 2 bull caribou limit for non-residents, and I thought I might have heard you say that that would increase the non-residents' participation and maybe cause some crowding up there. Are you basing that off of what the participation rates were when there was a 2 caribou limit or more for non-residents, or do you have something else?
Mr. Barrett, through the chair. So you heard testimony earlier from Jeffrey, so he's a transporter up there in 26B. We recently had other transporters with airboats operate up there, and they're causing a lot of conflicts, on the river and crowding. And so, as he mentioned, he's already got a bunch of calls after the action you took in Kotzebue. So we know that what the action was in Kotzebue that is leading to more non-residents wanting to book hunts for the Central Arctic herd. So we fully anticipate that if it's increased to 2 bulls for non-residents, that we're going to see a lot more crowding and conflicts, and it's just going to make things worse. And we don't believe that non-residents should really ever have the opportunity to take 2 big game animals. We don't see a reason for it.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a follow-up on that, and I followed a Central Arctic caribou herd for quite a while myself, and it's rarely that we ever achieve our harvest goals. Has RAC or anybody in your group thought about how we would achieve our harvest goals to maintain a stable population up there for a longer period of time?
Through the chair again, Mr. Barrett, I gave a presentation in Juneau 10 days ago where I mentioned this, but what are our IM goals for? Are they to achieve those harvest goals for residents, or are they to achieve those goals through non-resident hunting? So as far as our IM harvest goals, we believe that those are for residents to achieve those goals. And it's likely, it's off the road system, it's a ways, maybe those goals are not realistic as far as the harvest objective, but we really just concentrate on residents and giving residents expanded opportunities and putting food in the freezer for them.
Good. Thank you, and thank you for your testimony.
Any additional discussion, questions for Mark? If not, I guess we're ready for your personal testimony as soon as the presentation's up.
That'll be easier for me.
And thanks for setting that up, Kyle.
Thank you for everything you do, Kyle. Okay, again, for the record, my name is Mark Richards. This is my personal testimony. Just a little bit of background to myself that some might know. So I arrived in Alaska in 1980 with my high school sweetheart and new bride. We arrived by canoe, and for the next 34 years, we lived in the remote bush of the eastern interior, 60 Raven miles from the nearest faraway village. We raised 3 children out there, hunting, trapping, gathering, and fishing. And that's what got me involved in wildlife management issues. I saw the changes coming, and that's why I started to get involved in these issues. How do you change it, Kyle? Oh, the arrow key. Not working, Kyle. How do you move the slides? Just left, right. Okay, all right. Sorry about that. So this is what you see up on the screen right now. So this is a question that I've asked wildlife managers in the lower 48 about 10 years ago when I was at a conference. I also got the opportunity to ask Val Geis this question. I was friends with Val through another mutual friend. So if your state had the only thin-horned Dall sheep population in the country, what would happen if you allowed unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity, required all non-residents to hire a guide, placed no limits on guides, and a guided sheep hunt costs upward of $25,000. Every single wildlife manager used expletives to answer that question: insane, crazy. And they all said that what would happen is that non-resident guided hunters would end up crowding residents and taking a majority of the harvest. And that's exactly what's happened in 19C. So in this slide, you just see some sheep heads there, but the question, we're asking, even if there were no conservation concerns for sheep with unlimited non-resident and resident hunting, why would we allow that in the first place? Why would the board allow non-residents to take such a high percentage of the harvest, crowd out residents, even if that was sustainable harvest? And we had the last sheep working group. We spent several $100,000 on the last sheep working group in the Brinkman survey. And those were the consensuses, that non-resident sheep hunting should be limited and that residents should have a sheep hunting priority. That was in 2016. And the board demanded we had those working groups and survey, yet the board did not act on those consensus opinions. There's this other group, Resident Hunters Alaska. They've been putting in these proposals for a number of years to the board. They've been denied every time to limit non-resident hunters with different permit levels. But one of the crazy things that happened was in 2022, that group put in an agenda change request based on conservation concerns for the sheep population. All 7 members of the board at that time voted down that ACR. And the rationale you guys used? It didn't meet the criteria because there were no conservation concerns for the sheep population under full curl harvest management. Right after that, in the next vote, the next breath, the board voted 6-1 to create a board-generated proposal 204 to close all sheep hunting in 19C for 5 years. And what was the rationale they used? Conservation concerns. You wonder why people don't trust the board, and this isn't personal for any of you, but really, if you go back and look at that, what you guys did to deny that ACR based on that it didn't have conservation concerns, and then the next breath pass a proposal to close it down for everybody based on conservation concerns, we had no recourse to appeal that. The board just took that action, So over the years, the board has said, well, the problem is not too many non-resident hunters, the problem is too many guides. And so this board, the Big Game Commercial Services Board and the Guide Lobby have said the only solution to fix these problems is this guide concession program on state lands. And that went through the legislature, it never passed, it had $1 million fiscal note, it's got all kinds of legal issues, and we don't want the board to keep kicking the can down the road based on this guide concession program. Another rationale that you guys used, that the board used not to put non-resident sheep hunters on draw permits is, we can't afford to limit them because we'll lose so much money going to the department through license and tag fees and PR funds. But nobody ever brought up, all the time you guys were pushing this guide concession program, nobody ever said, we can't afford to do that because it will decrease the money coming to the department. Well, isn't this guide concession program supposed to strictly limit guides? And if it does, isn't that going to limit the number of non-resident sheep hunters and other hunters? And aren't we going to lose the same amount of money going to the department? So all these years, of all these sheep proposals, and we just see the board taking no action, and it's extremely frustrating. So these are some of the APHA comments here, and this is what gets even more frustrating. We've got just one more slide, Mr. Chairman. So, APH is saying we can't go on draw hunts. It just is unacceptable to them, and that's one of the reasons the board hasn't instituted draw hunts. But most of the guides I know, most of them, they have other jobs. They have other means of income. Some guides are moving to ecotourism, as hunting declines. But the other thing that's so frustrating is that APHA supports fully closing all sheep hunting in 19C. They've on the record saying they have no conservation concerns at all, but yet they're asking for residents to be restricted. And it's just, we gotta stop making decisions on what's best for the guide industry. And we need to start making decisions on what's best for our wildlife resources and what's best for resident hunters. So in closing, I just want to leave the commissioner's quote here, and I don't see us living up to that, Commissioner. I just don't see us living up to what you stated as your number one goal. But we want changes. We want the board to start looking at what is best for residents instead of what is best for the guided hunting industry. And none of this is personal. I respect all of you. I really appreciate your service on the board. I know how hard it is, but I want you to understand why we're frustrated.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mark? I think your testimony was very clear, so.
I hope so.
And I did watch your testimony in Senate Resources. When
Good.
you gave it there.
Good, thank you.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Oh, Al has a question for you.
Yeah, I just also said, I watched you in Senate Resources, and you did a very well job. I disagreed with a couple things, but you did stand up for your organization, and it was well presented.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark. Next on the list is Jeff Lucas. And this will be for the Fairbanks Advisory Committee, right?
Yes.
Couldn't hear you without the microphone, so.
Hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I said I've been making meetings all year just to get here. So all of our support and opposes were unanimous except a few. 102, 105, 7, 112, 114, 154, 158, 180, and 181. We were 7-1 on the bear baiting issues on 102, 105, and 107. Not a lot of discussion on those, just one member wasn't in support, so that's why those were that way. On 112, we were 5-3. The yay votes believe non-residents should be limited at this time, but not eliminated completely. The nay votes have concerns about restricting non-residents due to military status. 114, a proxy hunt for caribou. We were 6-2. We would support that as amended, that only one proxy hunt per animal. The concern there was somebody going out and shooting 12 and carrying those proxies. So we thought if you're going to proxy hunt, you go out proxy hunt one, then you can go back and get another, so. $154, we were 5-3. Nays don't believe we should increase non-resident bag limits. Sown soon after the herd has declined. Give them time to rebound. 158 was 7-1. Amended to add 2 DK hunters to clarify concession areas. They don't understand why allowing ANWR to determine by the feds when it isn't the case on the other refuge lands. 180, the Delta caribous, it was 7-1. Allocations to non-resident is too high and should be up to language is what we put on that. And last was 181, we were 5-3. Sheep hunters taking the majority of the rams harvested. Most of all these non-resident sheep hunters are guided. This is also causing crowding and conflicts between guide and unguided hunters. And since I jumped right into it, I didn't state my name as Jeff Lucas, and I am testifying for the ACs. I was newly appointed to the chair of the ACs, so my advice is don't miss a meeting. We also would like to put our support towards the wood bison restoration project. We just did a letter for that, our support to that. And also because I've been listening in, make sure I get this right. 52 was the night vision goggles. A lot of people had things about that. That was our proposal. We put that proposal in. I know a lot of people think it's going to add to, illegal activity, but illegal activity is going to happen anyway. We looked at it as night vision would help because we have very limited lighting during the time of, trapping season in the winter. It might be a tool too if we decide to start shooting these coyotes and predator control. So I hope that clears up some of the things that I've heard while I've been sitting in here. And I believe that's it, if anyone has questions.
Thank you. I have one quick question. You said you supported the bison introduction, but there's more than one of those going on at this time, so I just want to make sure which one that you
Yes. So I
support.
was kind of speaking, we wrote a letter for them to support the new wood bison around the headwaters of the Kantishna, but saying that we support all of the wood bison restoration project. We think it's a great idea to bring them back.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for your testimony. On the night vision proposal, I know the board did open up some opportunities by allowing artificial light in past areas especially for coyotes. And I'm not really sure how many additional coyotes were killed because of that loosening of the regulations. So what do you think, in the big picture, is this going to make that much of a difference by going to this extreme, by night vision stuff and infrared on actual predator control?
Okay. I would like to yield some time to Virgil. He just wanted to speak on that.
I don't know how many of you people know this, but I actually was a sniper officer in Vietnam. But we had the first optics that worked good at night. Ours were calibrated out to 550 meters, which is right at 600 yards. That means we could that's shooting a .308 Winchester, but we would have 90% first round hits on a human-sized target out to 600 yards. If we really want to be effective at night, the new equipment is way better than what we had back then. And you don't need a great big high-power rifle to kill predators. A .22 Magnum is plenty good enough. Or you could shoot subsonic ammo or lower velocity ammo and say like a .223. But if you really want to be effective at night, that would be the way to do it. And I was at the board meeting when they first outlawed using night vision devices, and that was probably 30 years ago when the board did that. And but anyway, if you want to be effective at night, that's the way to do it. And I do have experience at shooting things at night. Thank you.
Thanks, Virgil.
Thank you. So I guess my thoughts are I know they're very effective, but how many people are going to be able to go out and spend $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 what it costs to buy one of those pieces of equipment? In the big picture, how many additional coyotes or lynx or whatever we're going to take with them are going to be able to take, to justify allowing that type of technology in the field? I'm just kind of struggling over that.
So by allowing it, you're right, you're correct. It is a very expensive piece of equipment, so I don't think every hunter out there is going to run out and buy a set tonight and, start using them if you pass it. But I think it would be effective, somewhat. I don't know if you've all watched the YouTubes down in Texas when they shoot coyotes with it. I mean, you can go out and see it. It's quite effective when they do that. So, but I think it'll increase maybe some, but you're right. I don't think the average person is going to be able to afford to go out and buy that equipment. So it'd be a limited amount.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Now, what are the dates you were thinking on being able to do that?
So it was allowing the night vision goggles for forward-looking infrared devices to be taking fur bearers with a trapper license and units. And so you would be during the trapping season. And so it depends on what you'd be using it for, whether it was coyotes or wolves, but, you know, we've already got established it'd be during that times. So unless they opened it up for coyotes to be shot at any time, then you could use it. But of course, summertime, you wouldn't need it, so.
Can I have a follow-up? Yeah. How often does that overlap, like big game hunting, like moose or caribou?
I mean, in different areas, so it does overlap some, but it's, you know, mostly the winter is your trap seasons. So it's not like during September, or, you know, when you're gonna be out there, so. I don't think there'd be a big conflict between regular hunting seasons, if that's what you're asking.
Yep, that's kind of what I was
Okay.
asking. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. One more question about that night vision. Why wouldn't you guys submit this statewide, or is it a reason just to this region?
So this was brought to us and we, by a member, and we kind of put our name on it, so that's how it got there. So we just agreed to put the AC's name on this proposal, so.
Al?
Yeah, just more, I guess, since he's on the topic, and they wrote it. So it's allowing the use of night vision and forward-looking infrared devices. Is that covered, is thermal scopes covered under either one of those terms?
Well, that's kind of the reason, because if a scope has that ability, then that would be the thermal. You know, we wouldn't limit it to just a separate piece of equipment. If a scope came that way, then you'd be able to use that. So we just kind of wrote it as that piece of equipment can be used, whether it's on or off a rifle, I guess, if that answers your question.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just another quick follow-up. We had testimony earlier today about some people thinking if we went this route with this night vision stuff, that it would create illegal activities. And if you guys did some research, did that, I guess we're the only state that hasn't allowed this? Do you know if illegal activities increase in the other states?
Personally, I don't know that, but I can tell you that if somebody's going to break the law, they're going to do it. And I'm here to say they may be doing it now, we don't know. So, I mean, it's a possibility they can do it whether this passes or not. So if they have the ability to buy it, they can use it, so.
Any additional questions? Fairbanks AC? I'm not seeing any. You're getting off early.
All right, well, thank
So this is your first time here doing this, right?
No, I've been here, well,
I
I've
mean,
been to.
for the AC.
No, I did the AC in Wasilla, and then last year, unfortunately, I made it to Anchorage and did not make it and returned to, so.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
it's your life now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Again, don't miss a meeting.
It's a life sentence. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So when did they make you the chair? Because I missed the last meeting, they made you the chair?
So yes, last meeting, I actually missed one before, so I was at this meeting, but yeah.
Okay. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the board members.
And the next person on the list is Jeff Lipscomb. And this is Delta AC.
Good afternoon. Thanks to the chair and the members of the board for putting up with me one more time. For the record, I'm Jeff Lipscomb. I'm here representing the Delta Junction Advisory Committee. The minutes from the meetings at which we considered the proposals before you at this board can be found at AC 005. I'm not going to go into the list of proposals which we did and did not support, as that's a matter of public record, as shown there in AC 05. Instead, I want to focus on a few issues that we feel very strongly about. But before I launch into that, we also want to thank Kyle Campbell and the rest of the board support staff who worked so hard to make this process possible and accessible for everyone. Our thanks also to the department for all you do, and that comes with an entreaty to continue to give real weight to the voices of your advisory committees. So, It's no secret that 2 bad winters in a row decimated our local populations of moose, bison, caribou, and sheep. We acknowledge that much of what affects the recovery of these populations is beyond human control. This is why the Delta AC strongly supports predator control measures as the only variable with significant potential for humans to make a positive impact in speeding the recovery. There is not much hard data on wolf and bear abundance in our area, and we are hopeful that the recently embarked upon bear collaring program undertaken in GMU 20 will help alleviate that void. In the meantime, what we have to go on is the anecdotal evidence provided by those who spend a lot of time in the field and in the air year after year, our guides, transporters, and local outdoorsmen. That evidence, similar to the reports you've heard from other areas, is that there are a lot of predators on the landscape. We believe aiding the recovery of our ungulates is a case of every little bit helps, so whether it's an increased opportunity for harvest by all hunters, providing easier access for opportunistic harvest while in the field for reasons other than predator hunting, or IM programs, please give these positive consideration. It is a fact that while our big game prey species have been reduced by 40 to 60%, the predators were having banner years, the combined effect being a dramatically increasing the ratio of predators to available prey animals. We submitted Proposal 138 on baiting brown bears in Area 20 to not only help address this issue, but to make that small area consistent with the rest of the unit. For moose hunting, in our area we submitted a couple of proposals. First, number 125, which proposes to change all general season harvest ticket moose hunts in 20D to one registration permit hunt. This is the same concept as the department's proposal 171, which does the exact same thing for 20A, 20B, 20C, 20F, and 25C. We unanimously supported that proposal as well. We also discussed lumping 20D into the department's proposal because we share the same rationale, better data on both harvest and hunter effort. We acknowledge that one overall registration permit is simpler for the department and for hunters who wish to hunt moose in 20D and in one or more of the other subunits listed. However, everybody here knows how jealous Alaskan hunters are of where they killed and where they hunt and have success. We believe keeping 20D separate will better enable the department to manage this specific population, which was devastated over the past 2 winters. We implore the board to adopt Proposal 125, leaving 20D separate, but would accept one permit for all if this is an all or nothing for 20D. Excuse me. Our second moose proposal is number 127. This proposal expands the area of the Unit 20D youth hunt while eliminating the DM 791 antlerless drawing hunt, which was last listed in the 2022 draw hunt supplement. This proposal not only provides more opportunity for youth hunters, it gives the department a flexible management tool to issue an appropriate mix of any bull, any moose, and/or antlerless tags as determined by moose abundance, moose body condition, browse condition, and twinning rates. Additionally, by eliminating DM 791 and expanding the youth hunt area, we can immediately provide a higher quality hunt for our up-and-coming hunters, even in these times of greatly reduced population. And finally, with my apologies, that brings me to Dall's sheep. I would like to talk about Proposal 130, which you've heard a lot about here, which we submitted to correct unintended consequences in the Delta-controlled use area from the ADF&G implementation of 2022 Proposal 149. First, I want to address the comments from another AC that they voted against 130 because it listed DS-203 and DS-204 as the affected hunts, and both are resident-only hunts. That is true. However, at the time the proposal was submitted, those were the only 2 hunts in the DCUA, and the resident and non-resident competed for the permits evenly through the random draw. 5 AAC 92.057 subparagraph B, subparagraph 5 says units 13B, 20A, and 20D, those portions within Delta-controlled use area, the department shall issue a maximum, note maximum, of 10% of the drawing permits to non-residents and a minimum of 90% of the drawing permits to residents. The draw hunt supplement in previous years stated up to 10% to non-residents. This is consistent with the AAC maximum of 10% to non-residents and minimum of 90% to residents. The AC does not say a flat 10% to non-residents and a flat 90% to residents. In the 13 years immediately preceding 2023, the average percentage of total permits awarded to all non-residents ranged from 1.4% to a high of 8.1%, and an average annual of 5.1% to non-residents. The 2023 implementation of Proposal 149 from 2022 did not meet the intent of the original proposal and is adamantly opposed by the Delta AC. It did not provide 10% of each hunt, but instead split the guided non-resident and second degree of kindred non-residents between the two hunts, with the walk-in early hunt having 1.4% of the permits set aside for second degree of kindred non-resident hunters, and the motorized late hunt having 17% of the permits set aside for guided non-residents. This implementation guarantees a total of 10% of all permits in the DCUA to non-residents, but significantly disadvantages residents, guided non-residents, and 2DK non-residents on one hunt or the other. It also means any non-resident tags not awarded during the draw became undersubscribed and then available to non-residents on a first-come, first-served basis. In 2023, there were 73 applicants for the one 2DK non-resident permit and only one qualified guided non-resident application for the 7 available non-resident guided permits. This implementation meant that 2DK non-residents could only compete for 1.4% of the early season permits and no opportunity for the later motorized access. Conversely, guided non-residents competed for 17% of the motorized hunt but had no opportunity to apply for the early season walk-in hunt. And while residents competed for 98% of the walk-in permits, they had below the minimum 90% opportunity for the motorized hunt at 83%. The 2024 draw application cycle, 2023, saw 98.7% of non-resident applications from 2D hunters of non-resident applications came from second degree of kindred hunters, 73 of the 74 total qualified applications. And in the 13 years from 2009 to 2022, the percentage of 2DK applicants from all non-residents ranged from 29.3% to a high of 97% and averaged 72.8% annually. This split of applicants tells us that only one non-resident permit, or 12% of the total of possible non-resident permits to 2DK hunters, is not reflective of the applicant pool. These numbers do reflect that in the same period there were only 2 guides registered to operate in the area, and one of those did not offer sheep hunts. Predictably, following the results of this year's draw and the 6 non-resident tags becoming available on a first-come, first-served basis, 2 more guides registered in 20D, 20A within weeks of the draw permit results being published. And we heard from one of those earlier in the meeting. In summary, the Delta-controlled use area sheep hunts are 2 of the most sought-after sheep drawing hunts in the state. And in 2023, at 5,103 applicants and 4,887 applicants, respectively, they topped all other draw permit sheep hunt applications. And that was with only one guided non-resident application. The Delta AC unanimously supports returning the application and drawing process for Delta-controlled use area sheep hunts, including the allocation of non-resident permits, to the way it was done prior to the implementation of Proposal 149. As a footnote, while I use 2DK numbers to illustrate the incongruities of the 2023 implementation, the Delta AC is ambivalent about the split of non-resident permits between second degree of kindred and guided hunters. Thank you for hearing me out. What are your questions?
Thank you. That was a long sentence, by the way.
What are your questions? It's 4 words.
Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking over their notes. So I seen an additional proposal, 207, that had a wide diversity of votes, 4 for, 2 against, and 5 abstain. And that was the repeal of the horn age ring criteria. Maybe you can give us a little insight on the AC's discussion on that.
Sure, there was a lot of discussion back and forth with some of the people being just opposed to taking that out of the, as they called it, the toolbox of the hunter to determine whether a sheep was legal, while the four that supported it were pretty clear that, hey, there's a lot of variability when you look at horns, and three people looking at the same set of horns in their hands often age those sheep differently. And so doing it on the mountain is an inherently risky way to determine whether or not that sheep is legal. So, and then we had a couple abstained who were like, I don't really care. So, does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you. I just needed that.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thanks for your testimony.
And his, if I may, one quick thing, his question sparked one other thing. On the night vision proposal, while we supported that, we supported it with an amendment to say night vision and thermal imaging devices, which I think would answer the question earlier, if it were enacted, that it was not just goggles.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to take a short break, and then we only have a few more testifiers today. We'll get through those testifiers after the break, and then we're going to probably recess early today and start with our area-wide multiple unit proposals first thing in the morning and reports. Thanks. Okay, we're going to go back, resume our meeting. We have 2 more people to testify. As soon as all of our members are back to the table, Al. Okay. Yep. Okay, so we've got 2 more people to testify. We're calling the meeting back to order now, and 2 more people to testify, and the first one is Herb Mansavage with the Matanuska Valley AC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner. For the record, I don't think I stated that my testimony yesterday, Saturday, March 16th, was personal, or that was my personal testimony. I just don't believe I had it on the record. So today, I'm going to be testifying on behalf of the Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee. Again, for the record, my name is Herb Mansavage. I'm the chair of the Matanuska Valley Advisory Committee. I'd like to start just by stating the unfortunate lack of time in which we were able to review and deliberate department comments that affect our votes from an advisory capacity. We as a committee are deeply interested and engaged in what the department's position is on proposals, especially those that are not in our direct area of constituents. Due to the unique nature of Matanuska Valley as a hub for sportsmen that participate in the resources of the entire state, we take serious consideration in proposals that may not reside in our direct district. Having ample time to review department comments is critical to our ability for concise and detailed comments of our own. And while having staff available to answer questions and help with comments is appreciated, it does not solidify the department's position. The following, you guys have all of our minutes, but I'm just going to summarize the following proposals chronologically. Starting with proposal 43 through 45, we unanimously opposed 0 to 10. We opposed all 3 of these proposals as we felt these actions were unnecessary and would not provide the results wished by those proposers, of those proposals. Any restriction resulting in less hunting opportunity was strongly opposed. Proposal 46, we opposed this 2 to 8. This was originally voted 1-9, but was reconsidered. Before reconsideration, comments for the pros were better success per hunter, less people in the field, leaving some eagle rams in the field after the season. Needed due to 3 tough winters in a row, leaving reduced sheep populations. Some comments were do not want to see resident hunters limited to a drawing permit. That motion failed 1-9. Then, like I said, the reconsideration was brought forth. This failed 2-8. And some of the pros were largest guides in the area would have a reasonable opportunity for clients to get drawn. And the cons were non-residents were going to drawing permits, as there would be many permits issued to non-residents and only having 10% of those permits going to second degree of kindred non-residents. Proposal 52, we supported this unanimously as amended. We amended it to include only coyotes and wolves. That would be the night vision proposal. Proposals 56, 57, and 58, we supported unanimously as we support the department's and Board of Gains initiatives regarding positive predator management in general. Proposals 64 through 75, we were unanimous in the votes regarding the following, and I'm kind of bulleting these. We feel permits should be available to all Alaskan residents, not specific to only available in particular locations. We support predator management programs to ensure healthy moose populations. We oppose any moose permits or antlerless permits in areas that are of biological concern to moose. We oppose the lifting of the motor restriction to the Ho'olitna control use area, as this would greatly influence the amount of hunting pressure in that area. It would not be sustainable. We oppose any unique verification code regarding entry to any hunt statewide, and we oppose adding any length to a moose season where there is a population concern. Proposals 76 through 92, Our primary position regarding proposals 76 through 92 were that we did not deem any of the proposals appropriate with regard to the status of the sheep population in Unit 19. With most of our votes being unanimous or 1 to 9, the only positive to these proposals were regards to low biological concern with special weapons hunts and attention to greater trophy quality with taking of older rams. Proposals 93 through 103. All proposals were supported as a general opinion that the positive effects of longer brown bear season with a no biological concern, with many members supporting the position of a year-round brown bear hunting season. Proposal 101 was supported as amended to lengthen the season of all of Unit 19, I believe to June 30th. One reason was there needed to be more time to allow for proper effort when travel to take, that's taken to get over there. Proposal 108, I was supported 10-1. Our overall position was to support wolf predator management / and let the board decide the most appropriate manner to do so. Proposal 111, this was unanimously opposed, 0 to 11. While department comments would have been greatly appreciated on this proposal, through personal testimony, we concluded that the additional time to the end of the hunting season in that unit would lead to an over-harvest of moose and overcrowding of hunters. And we were fortunate enough, while anecdotal, many of our members of the committee had hunted that area and felt that that area would take a great detriment even with the special hunting aspect of that hunt, or that proposal, excuse me. Proposal 112 to 115, our general positions to these proposals were that we are split on limiting non-residents on 112 to include support of primary resident hunt and opposition due to the potential of overcrowding. Department comments would have been greatly appreciated in this proposal as well. Creating a distance corridor would not solve the issue of safety on the Steese Highway, this is bulleted, sorry. Potentially make it even more safe, but safety concerns are clear and it needs a resolution. And lastly is there's no need for proxy hunts in these zones as there's already plenty of hunters in the field, and we had also no issues where a hunter chooses to gut their animal. Proposal 116, we supported this unanimously as we feel predator management in this area would be a great tool to help the extremely struggling sheep populations. Our position was supported in the following meeting when Assistant Area Biologist Aiden Hunter of Tok provided information stating the effects of predators, especially with coyotes on lambs in the Alaska Range. This was also stated in the report on Friday. Proposal 120 and 121, we supported this as amended to increase bear take to 2 bears unit-wide. This followed our general consensus regarding brown bear seasons and take, and that's either lengthening to June 30th or season round. Proposal 122, we were a split vote in support with members in favor of wanting to increase wolf take with a longer season, and those in opposition not wanting to support a season where wolf pups would be denning, as well as potential for poor hide condition. I should say that the support was also just as a positive predator management position. Proposals 127, 135, just those are in the minutes and I'm not going to be covering those. Proposal 136, 137, and 138, we supported unanimously as amended. We changed the date to June 30th, added to include all of Unit 20. This support of brown bear harvest is consistent with our findings of many of the positions regarding take of brown bear statewide. Proposal 143, we were a split vote 4-7, opposed as members cited there was no biological concern for eliminating this hunt. Proposal 158, this unfortunately was not reflected correctly on our minutes submitted, but our vote was 5-6 opposed. The opposition was that non-resident draw should be statewide in general, and the support was that this is a low amount of non-resident participation overall. Proposal 181, we supported 9-2 as amended to change the allocation from 25% to 10% non-resident allocation. Proposal 182 to 185, we supported unanimously as amended to change it to all of Unit 20C and, all of Unit 20 and 25C, as well as extend the season to June 30th. Proposal 185, we strongly opposed unanimously. This is not necessary and is quote-unquote a federal overreach in regards to expanding the park. We unanimously supported tag fee exemptions for brown bear to increase moose populations. I believe proposals 189, 190. We supported proposals 195, 196 to 71, as this provides an effective tool for the department and was supported with data from the department with 600 moose above the population goal. Although with proposal 197, we did oppose with a split vote of 4-4. With the support, the idea is still an effective tool from the department, but the opposed was harsh winters in that area. And that area obviously gets quite deep snow, so. And this concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Herb. Any questions from board members? I have one just comment to the department, and this is not the first time we've heard about department comments being late, and we understand that there's a lot of work going on in your division and through the department. So, anything you can do to get that out sooner is definitely going to be appreciated by the public, by and the ACs, but I don't know what you can do, and you're going to do your best. And I'm sure you did your best this time, so we appreciate your work.
So it's always a balancing act of trying to get these comments out and try to get the most recent data into them. And a lot of fall surveys that if you want that data in there, it has to go through biometric review, a variety of other things, which basically delay getting them out in time. And then there's the directors and my review of the report before they go out to make sure that they're aligned with the policy initiatives of the department. So, yeah, we'll do our best, but you can speed these up if you don't want the most recent data put into them. That's the balance you
I think good comments are probably better than late comments. I mean, early comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Herb, I apologize for that. And, but there is a lot going on. We're working with fewer people. Not trying to make excuses, and to the board members as well. If you have ideas how we could speed this up, I'd love to hear them. I really would, so.
Well, and, through the chair, one quick thing, and I know this is more through a joint kind of position, but one of our members had a great idea where we'd have to align the meetings more closely to when that comment period was realistic. So because I agree, I think quality is very key to the comments and not rushing it. And while there would take some great deal of coordination to get meetings, how you would figure that out with proper time and everything else, that would be one potential, though, is to, X number of time just on the books that is needed before a Board of Fish, Board of Game meeting can be held.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Herb. I appreciate it. Can we just go back to an individual proposal?
Yep.
I'm looking at 52 again. And this is the first time I've heard of an amendment which is very well thought up, or just amending it for coyotes and wolves. So I got a two-part question. Do you see 52 as a kind of a public implemented help for predator control? And if you do, would you consider maybe amending to include wolverine also, because they are a possible predator on definitely sheep and maybe caribou calves? And so what do you think about those two things?
Certainly. For the record, I personally, we actually had a good laugh because I was pretty stubborn and I almost didn't vote for it. But I still voted for it because I believe something's better than nothing. There was concern with our committee that there would be the use of it for, all fur bearing. Personally, I don't think many people would be out there with night vision goggles looking for marten, but maybe they would. Personally, I think the trapping license in the state of Alaska is a very unique opportunity in the whole world, really, to obtain fur bears. And there's a lot of creative ways that you can trap fur bears. And to me, to take fur bears, and I think even from our, that's getting a little too personal. I'm going to retract that. The committee did feel, though, that it was more appropriate towards coyote and wolf, but I believe I could speak on the committee's behalf saying that I think wolverine would be a fair addition to that, especially in how wolverine's occasionally taken in the state of Alaska under a trapping license, you know, through snowmobile or, you know, maybe not traditional trapping methods.
Hey, any additional questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Herb. That was really good testimony. Proposal 104, which was to remove the requirement for general season black bear harvest ticket in 19D. It was a split vote there. Could you give us a little more insight on that one?
Yeah, we, so the cons, the opposition just said just removing in one subunit would just make it confusing. So I think the idea was that they'd rather just have it in the whole unit, so.
All right, great, thanks.
Yep.
Any additional discussion, questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. And the last person on the list here is Doug Carney.
How are you, board? Staff? I want to thank all you folks for helping you. I could look around here, there's probably 9 or 10 people who helped me this cycle on different things. I appreciate it. Let me get my glasses on now here. Okay, RAC is AC 18. That's our comments, minutes, and at the end, all our support documents are on there too.
Could you introduce yourself and?
Oh, okay, I thought you did. Okay, my name's Doug Carney. I've lived in 19A, now 19E, since 1973. I homesteaded, trapped, and hunted, both subsistence and commercially. I've been involved with Board of Game since the 80s, served on Central Kuskokwim AC and SHAC, Stony Halitna AC, which I've helped form and I've been the chair of since its formation in 2007. 1980 has about 4,400 square miles, 4 villages, Lime Village, Stony River, Sleepmute, Red Devil. Its main rivers are the Kuskokwim, Stony Halitna, and Hahalitna. I'll mainly be addressing proposals that deal with the RM 682 hunt, which is the registration hunt in 19E, and also the Hahalitna controlled use area. And then addressing all the Game Management Unit 19 proposals. And let's see, what else? Yeah, the documents in the printed comments, the documents are in red and highlighted, and you can refer to those documents. It's what it's appropriate to each one. It says that. It's self-explanatory, kind of. To me, it is. All right, so regional proposals. SHAC supports 47, 48, 49, 51, 52. It opposes 43, 44, 45, 46, and 50. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we strongly oppose 50, looking at singed fur and a lot of females. We sent a letter to RAC. I talked to that RAC, that Eastern RAC. I remember her, Sue Etzminger from years ago. She was on the board, BOG. And she didn't like it either, but that's the way they voted. Anyway, so get to the McGrath area proposals. We support 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 65, 67, 73, 74, 75, 91, 92, 93 through 107, and 208. We oppose 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 76 through 90 are the sheep proposals. Took no action on 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Proposals 53, 54, 55, and 56. These are the most crucial to 19A, B, and E. These proposals deal with ANS and intensive management primarily, and I'm gonna leave most of that up to Caroline and Josh. They'll be going into detail on all that, so I don't have to spend time on that. The 53 is about resetting the ANS for 19A, and 54 is for 19E. And we would like to, it says right in our comments, we'd like to go back and become, instead of having a nested ANS, have it become part of the whole 19A like it was before, or 19, whole game entry in 19 ANS. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, document A that is attached to our comments refers to some of the ideas for numbers, for IM numbers, for A, B, and E. You can look at that, that's an attached document A is. 58 is to authorize a 19A predator control plan. I saw that the Bethel AC opposed that, and I kind of wondered why, but they did. Let's see, lengthen 19A, TM 680 hunt days. We appreciated that. At the beginning of the season, you have better meat. No sense in tacking it on the end just because it's easier to get them. Let's see where else. Okay, let's go to 208. 208 is one by Shack put in. And this addresses RM 682. We want to make a few changes. And you can refer to, I think, which one is it? I think it's 19, I don't know. I got to look. Anyway, there's one that talks about it. One of the attachments. Now, this was set up, the 682 was set up as an experimental hunt, and it continues to be. We had a 13-year closure. Since IM Trump's subsistence, we wanted to put those animals back in and recruit to build a herd. And it was a long, long deal. Well, from the beginning, right away, we started considering all the different conditions we could have whenever we did open it up. So we considered it quite a long time. And we came up with the conditions that are in another one of these. Let's see. Oh, the document B is the 2019 Board of Game findings. Those are the conditions. One of those conditions was no proxy hunting. Well, the only reason we had that is because back then, before 2022, there was some regulation that said if you had an antler restriction, you couldn't have proxy hunting. Well, they changed that in 2022. So now we would like to have the proxy hunting. Also, we think it's gone well enough so far. We've had it going for 5 years since 2019, this hunt. We'd like to see it have more than one permit per household. And then we'd like to add another 5 days, so from the 1st to the 10th of September. That's the changes we'd like the board to approve. That's what we'd like to see. We gradually open it up, more opportunity, but not too much. We want to be cautious on it. Let's see here. Okay, let's address proposals. On the bear hunting, we put our comments in proposal 97, which was the most liberal. And there's also a plan that we talked about. Josh, the biologist, and myself and our committee talked about it. We did the wording as far as a bear proposal that standardizes and liberalizes bear hunting for both black and brown in all through Unit 19. All the ACs are on board. And for 21, A and E, they're on board, except the only thing they didn't want to increase the bag limit from 3 to 5. The rest did. So that's where we stand. It'd be a good thing for enforcement, a good thing for hunters, and these guides who are being cut out on the sheep, it'd give them something to kill too. Plus, it wouldn't hurt the moose population a bit. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, and we had Shack was proposal 100. That's to have 19E have open brown bear open all year. And bears out there are targets of opportunity for locals and not for sport, to defend life and property. Mostly happens during summer months when brown bear is closed. Folks want to be legal but do not want to be penalized for doing that with that much work of dressing a hide, then giving it to Fish and Game. And the Shack agreed that making 19B and C the same, and also making 19A, D, and E, and 21A and E the same seasons, bag limits, and conditions, will make things better for village safety, hunters, enforcement, relieve pressure on moose calves. Shack has prepared and submitted document D, which is a plan for that liberalization. There's the only change from what's written there is the bag limit. The main change is the bag limit for 21A and E. And brown bear seasons for the subunits that have villages, that's 19A, D, and E, and 21A and E would be no closed season. And then in C and B, you'd have just the closed season from, just a month and a half. Was that the end of June to middle of August, something like that. So that, they'd keep that. Let's see. August 10th to June 10th, it'd be open August 10th to June 30th next year. Document E is support of all these bear proposals. That's 100, 101, 102, which is another guy's proposal, but for fall baiting, brown bear, and then 103 and the ones affecting 19E only, and as well as the bear plan. And we've got resolutions here, which is E, from the 3 villages within 19E. Village resolution supporting what we want to do. Let's see what else. Okay, 68 to 70. These are, we've got a document, let's see, I think that must be document B. I don't know, you'll have to look. There aren't that many. The document C addresses, it gives you a history of the 40-horse Halitna controlled use area. It gives the findings from 1992 Board of Game is in there too. It is a very good interdepartmental memo from Jack Whitman to Roy Nolan about in 94, 2 years after it started, showing that Unit 18 hunters actually had better success when they used the smaller outboards. And there were safety issues. I hope these guys are listening because there's a lot of safety issues. We're worried about spawning beds being screwed up, erosion, and especially safety. A lot of guys were swamped, and that's even with these big boats going slow. They just displace too much water. They're narrow, shallow rivers. That's the way it is. So we don't want to see this go away. These proposals, 68, 69, and 70, seek to undo the conditions of the RM 682 Hunt and 19E. They want online registration permits in 68. 69 wants permit holders to be allowed to hold other permits on the Cusco drainage. 70, what do they want there? I don't know, it doesn't even matter. Was created as, I remind them it was an experimental hunt, and it continues to be. Document B is the findings, like I said. Document F is the proposals from the 2020 Interior Board of Game, where the same person who did some of these proposals, 68 to 70, the same person, same proposals, and they had to be put in by 2019 before we even had a hunt. The hunt was approved by the board in March of 2019, so this guy had to put these proposals in May. So it's like, come on, you know. And there's plenty of animals down there. You guys just you were at the Western meeting, right? And they liberalized, the bag limit, lengthened it. I mean, why come up here? There's some registration hunts down there, 2 or 3 of them that are only in the villages. Well, okay, they whine about the gas in the comments. Well, maybe you ought to stay right there. You're worried about the habitat down there. They're over browsing. We'll start killing more moose than down there. What do you want to come up here for? Save gas. Jesus, it's just unbelievable. So anyway, I'd go on and on. It pisses me off, but go ahead. Any questions?
Questions from board members? Go ahead. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Thank you for your testimony. And in the beginning of your testimony, you brought up that your AC supported proposal 52. There's been some
52 is what, the optics?
Yeah, and so the recent conversation, some of the dialogue going on was, do you think your AC would support it if we amended it just to be wolves and coyotes and possibly wolverines? Just to those three?
What does it say it wants to kill with it? Just fur bearers, right? Sure, why not? What's the difference? And maybe somebody will do something illegal, so what? So they kill 20 wolves, save a few moose, let them pop a moose. Give them a tag or a caribou. I mean, you can't, why legislate it? You see, the anti-gunners, same kind of nonsense. Why worry about it? Sure, somebody's gonna do something illegal, so what?
So you
Eventually, huh?
So you would support it as amended then if we went that way?
Sure I would.
Thank you.
Sure, and so would they. It's incidentally, we're pretty unanimous, so what I think is pretty much what they think. This is my personal and my AC testimony.
We got to remember that line there. So.
Saves
Okay.
time.
Al, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this one's not as passionate for you, Doug. Proposal 69, I was curious, and I didn't really have time to look, and it was talking about allow hunters to hold a RM 862 and be eligible to hold other moose permits in the Kuskokwim drainage. Are there any federal permits that are issued in that area?
There's a federal permit down by, down in the lower western, we're in 19A. I think there's there's federal TM, or, Tier 2 permit. Yeah, there's one down there. And the whole thing is, it works both ways. If you have a 682 permit, you can't get one on the rest of the river. And if you have a permit on the rest of the river, you can't come to 682. It works both ways. And we have plenty, there's other places for people up there to hunt. They can go a general hunt, they can go in B, C.
Good, thank you.
Any additional questions? I'm not seeing any, Doug. You must have done a really good job.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then we all had fun, I guess.
Okay.
right.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
At this time, remind the board that we're going to start on proposals tomorrow, that we'll start deliberations first thing in the morning with the little department reports first, starting with proposal number 43, I think is the first one on our list. So it's area-wide, multiple units to start with, and then McGrath. We're going to recess for the rest of the day, give everybody a chance to get ready for tomorrow morning. Tonight, 6:30, there'll be some old movies shown here in the room. People are welcome to come to that. And we'll see you in the morning at 8:30. Okay, Dave, before we go?
I just want, could Commissioner repeat when the Yukon salmon presentation is going to be?
Tuesday night. This room,
6:30, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
6:30, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Is that open, and that's open to the public?
Sure.
Okay.
What is? Oh, okay. We have flyers around the room.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the department before we go?
I'll just add that it's scheduled from 6:30 till 8, so it's an hour and a half long.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're recessed till 8:30 tomorrow morning.